2005. Do you remember what happened in your life in 2005? Were you even born in 2005? That's a question we gotta ask nowadays. After all, people who were born in 2005 are 20 years old nowadays. Damn, that's one hell of a realization. Huh. But you know what else is 20 years old? This little franchise called the iDOLM STER. It's kinda crazy to think about how, back when I was 9 years old, feeling incredibly joyous after my late father finally got me a Nintendo GameCube, that on the other side of the world, a franchise that would eventually become one of the most important and influential pieces of media in my whole life was being born. While I was busy playing Super Smash Bros. Melee for hours on end, Japanese players were being introduced to a group of girls that would go on to become incredibly beloved across all the nation. Namco Pro All-Stars. Unfortunately, it would take a few years until my life was blessed with their presence, 14 years to be precise. Yeah, I only got into iDOLM STER in 2019. Pretty late to the party, I know. But watching the 2011 anime set in motion a chain of events led by unbridled love and admiration. One that culminated with me going to the furthest country possible from Brazil in order to celebrate the franchise's 20th anniversary there in person and experience a live concert that would cement itself as one of the biggest highlights of my entire life. Before we delve into the never-end idol trip, it's important to mention how this wasn't my first trip to Japan. It was actually my second, with the first being back in February 2024, the trip for Medium Live 10th Act 4, which by extension was the first live I ever attended. The dream is real. That whole trip was also a dream come true, being privileged enough to be able to witness a live with all 39 million live seiyus. I unfortunately didn't make a video nor wrote a blog post about it, so to make up for it, I will bring up some tidbits from that trip during this video when relevant. With that said, time to retread all the steps that led up to my fate meeting with Namco Pro All-Stars.
How far we've got, guys?
Brazil, Bostil. Here is the Guarulhos airport. Back here again. Now it's time to go to Never-End Idol. Nay. Namco Pro All-Stars. And here is the best girl, the best idol, Mami Futami. Gonna be a long flight, 14 hours to Qatar, and then 10 hours to Japan. 24 hours inside a plane, but it'll be much worth it. There honestly isn't much to say about what happened before the flight, since it all went smoothly, unlike my first trip, in which I had to deal with a strike in the company I was flying with, Lufthansa, that made my flight be postponed for 2 days, so I ended up arriving in Japan literally the day before the live I was going to attend. This time, however, it all went without a hitch. The world is infinite, discover yours. This time I flew with Qatar Airways. Time to board, time to board. Let's see if Qatar Airways is really that good. People say it's one of the best airline companies in the world. People say the food is good because last time I took Lufthansa and the food was dog shit. It was awful. So here's hoping food is good now. Air Canada. No, not today. Oh, here it is. Kwa. They had Wi-Fi on board for the first flight, so I tried playing some Mario Kart World online and it actually worked. I played like 2 or 3 matches, then some free roam, but it was quite a nice feeling playing Mario Kart World online while on a plane going to the other side of the world. But overall I didn't play much Switch 2 though. I watched the Back to the Future trilogy for the umpteenth time during my first flight, had a 2-hour layover in Doha Airport, which is a pretty neat airport. I think I won't eat anything today, because last time I decided to eat a hamburger in the last trip when I was in Germany. And it wasn't very good, and it was absurdly expensive for me because of the euro to Brazilian real conversion. The conversion from the Qatar money to the Brazilian money isn't that bad, but still, tourist trap. I won't fall in tourist traps anymore. But yeah, pretty place. Is this yayoi? A very deflated yayoi? No anymore. Here's the boarding area. The plane is there. It's extremely hot here. And it will also be very hot in Japan. And I'm not looking forward to it. C22. Tokyo Narita. The never-end idol trip is about to begin. Alright, time to board. The final flight to Japan, Tokyo Narita. Almost over. Then on my second flight, I watched the 3 Willy Wonka movies, including the new one with Timothée Chalamet that I had never watched before. And after 25 combined hours of flying, there I was, back in Japan. We have arrived. After 25 hours. We are here in Narita, Japan. Long flight. I'm tired as fuck. It is unbelievably hot here. It's like 38 degrees here. I arrived at Terminal 3, so I didn't see the iconic welcome Nintendo stuff. Narita Airport. Now I'm not dying from jet lag yet. But in a few hours I sure will. Nice place, I like how this airport looks. My commentary will be shit too because I'm so tired. I don't know what to say. Happy to be here. Glad to be here again. It's very expensive for me. I'm not rich. So, yeah, glad to be here. Now I'm here at the airport waiting for Kinako to arrive. He'll be arriving in about an hour, I think, but I don't know if it'll be in this terminal or in the another terminal. Unfortunately for me, Kinako will land on Terminal 1, which is 20 minutes walking. Maybe there is a free bus that I can take, but I'm not sure. So I'll take the long way out and go walking for the experience, right? When we're traveling, when we're jet lagged, we gotta go on a little ride, right? Now we're in Terminal 1, where he'll be landing. I had to go outside. It's absurdly hot. Jesus Christ, wait a second. Oh, there's a Nintendo thing there. Ooh, let me check this out. Then I got approached by a TV Tokyo team and got interviewed for a show about foreigners and why they're visiting Japan, which I obviously talked about how I was an iDOLM STER fan and how I was there for a live concert, mentioned who's my favorite idol, and even showed my Mami Nui to the camera. I also showed a picture of my producer card and did a simulation of a card exchange with the interviewer. And I think the last thing was him asking what was my favorite song, which at that point my mind went to Hokago Jump, and he asked me if I could sing it, but that would be too embarrassing. So that was that. What a way to start the trip! I imagine they record interviews with a ton of people, and mine probably wasn't interesting enough to make it to air, but I would love to see the shot of me showing my Mami Nui to the camera. I was also in the most tourist getup possible. They probably saw the way I was dressed and were like, that's the guy. Then Kinako arrived. He had some trouble with his credit card, did some hackerman type shit with a scrambler apparatus to get it sorted out, and then we finally went to our first Airbnb, located in Adachi, Tokyo, right next to a supermarket in a sukiya. It was a nice place, especially the shower room. The best one by far of the 4 Airbnbs we stayed during this trip. It was very spacious and had a big bathtub. After leaving our stuff there, we had some dinner at that sukiya and then returned, and that was the end of the first day. On last year's trip, when I arrived, the jet lag obliterated me. I genuinely felt like I was going to pass out when the boys took me to Akihabara right after I landed. I especially felt like I was hallucinating when we were eating at a restaurant called Haruka, by the way, and then Despacito started playing on the speakers. So I went to my Airbnb to check in and simply blanked out the moment I laid down in bed. Slept for like literally 12 hours straight, from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I was supposed to do a lot of activities with them, but I would have probably died if I tried to raw dog it, given how obscenely tired I was. And that would have been an awful idea, given how the first day of Medium Life 10th Act 4 was literally the next day. Now fast forward to this trip, it didn't get me that bad this time. I was obviously feeling pretty dang tired after 25 hours of flying, but I went to sleep pretty late, I think a little before midnight, and I kept waking up sometimes during the night, so I guess my body already adapted quickly to the jet lag. There's our boy here.
Hello.
Mr. Latvia.
Mr. Latvia, yeah, named Kinako. Hello.
Kinako. July 26th. The 20th anniversary of the iDOLM STER. I started this special date in the most fitting way possible by watching the 20th anniversary PV that dropped that day. Needless to say, it kicked off the celebrations in a very emotional gear. A touching tribute that shows how special this franchise is, how dear it is to the hearts of so many fans, how rich its legacy is. Alright, now the proper day 1. It's fucking hot, extremely hot. Must be what, 36 now, 36 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, I wish it was Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I wish too. Tonight we could check this. I don't know how long it stays open. Maybe it's until 11 p.m.
Well, if you could read, it says
12?
Yeah.
This is the... What's the name of the station again? Oji something. Ogi Ohashi Station. Yamato Line Shinbashi Station. Now we're going to the Hibiya Concert Hall. because today is the anniversary, 20th anniversary. So we gotta go to a special location. We met up with Einhard, a long-time Yuki-hoppy, and headed on foot to Hibiya open-air concert hall under the scorching sun, because it is the location where Haruka's introductory commute in the original arcade game takes place. So what better place to visit to celebrate the date, right? And it would also be renovated later this year, so we wanted to check it in its original form as depicted in the games. Unfortunately, when we got there, we saw some staff personnel roaming in and around the place because they were going to hold a concert there, so that meant we wouldn't be able to check the venue. However, in an incredible coincidence that seems to be bound by fate itself, one of the bands that was performing that day in the place where Haruka's first ever commute takes place was none other than Haruka Mirai. After walking around the lovely Hibiya Park and taking some pictures of the beautiful scenery, we had breakfast at Tuli's Cafe. And it was there where I saw the news that they had revealed the Live de Kakume event in Mirishita, whose key visual had Mami and Yukiho next to each other. And Einhard is the biggest Yuki-Mami guy in the world, so it was fun showing that to him. We then headed to Akihabara to start our IDOLM STER merch hunt. It's way too fucking hot. I am going to die. We first went to Ueno for the Usa Fuwa Dreamy collab, where I got a Yukiho acrylic and took a picture with Yukiho herself. I really love her render for this collab, she looks so soft. Einhard certainly ate good with this collab. Besides being a huge Yuki-hoppy, he's also an Anapi and a Naopi, although he's in denial of that one, which were the three main girls of that collab. I also tried my luck getting the Mami acrylic from that collab, but... First try, Mami, check it out.
I don't know the million
But a friend of mine had the Mami one and later during the trip traded it with me, so it's all good. Also, in the same building, we went to a store to get one of those mini portable fans in hopes of helping us deal with that absurd heat, because good lord, it was unbearable.
Look, people with their portable fans and all, because it is obscenely hot here.
Then we went to the guaranteed stop of every IDOLM STER fan in Akihabara, the official store in Atre 1 in front of Akihabara station. They now had the Mirishita 80th anniversary acrylics, which has a ton of handers I really love of my girls, so I stood there for some minutes thinking of which ones I'd get, since unfortunately I'm not rich enough to get all the ones I wanted. Despite really wanting the Mizuki and Arisa ones because their renders are some of the best, I settled on Mami and Yukiho, helping to push the Yuki-Mami agenda. Nah, not really, it's just because I was obviously going to get Mami anyway, and Yukiho's render is probably my favorite out of all of them. I love so much the way she's posing. I also got Mami's and Haruka's acrylics that were made for that store itself, that were also being sold there during my last trip in February last year, so that surprised me. I also got a Mami scroll and 2 Mami towels from that set as well. Though the 2 Mami towels were an accident that I only realized after playing, because I was only going to get one, but since they're so thin, I ended up grabbing 2 without noticing. Then when I was in the cashier, the price had doubled, and even then I simply just brushed it off and was like, okay, sure, I must have seen the price wrong. Then when I went to grab the towel inside the bag, I noticed there were 2 of them. Outside the Atre, they also had the 20th anniversary illustrations on the building. I can't believe I was there during the 20th anniversary itself, seeing in person those illustrations. When I became an IDOLM STER fan, I never imagined I would be living the dream of celebrating the 20th anniversary in Japan myself. After that, we had lunch at Asaizeria, the food chain everyone apparently memes on for being super cheap and bad, but I honestly like the food a lot. Then we went to a kotobukiya that had a phenomenal display celebrating the 20th anniversary with years and years of All-Stars merch, all beautifully arranged with all the love in the world. Next to it, there was an equally gorgeous display for Azusa, since her birthday happened recently. And below it there was a space where fans could leave their P-cards or write a message or draw something and pin them. I didn't have my new P-cards yet, so I left a little message instead. And the best part? All that to the sound of Sonic butt rock, because they had a Sonic merch section right next to those iDOLM displays, so they were playing a bunch of Sonic music, and as a Sonic fan myself, I can't even begin to tell how delighted that made me.
And this one... Oh yeah.
It's another one of those things that's hard to believe I experienced myself. Being in Japan, looking at iDOLM merch, leaving a message in honor of the 20th anniversary, all while Sonic music plays in the store.
In store. Let me show you just...
Then we started digging through some second-hand stores for merch and doujins, mainly Lashinbang and Mandarake, which is always my favorite activity to do in Japan.
So look how fun. Here we have the shiny colors section. Yeah, this is kinda safe. Kinda safe.
This is like, I can't believe it's safe.
This is shiny colors, Cinderella girls. And look at the All-Star section.
It's from the same artist.
Look at the All-Star section and the Million Life section.
And we found some good stuff, including most of Mummy's Master Artist albums, only missing her fourth one, which I managed to find later during the trip. And I also got a Miss Master Artist 3 because Triple Angel is perfection. Checking those stores took a while, so by the end it was already pretty late. So we had dinner at a Coco's, I had a nice steak, and back home we went. My feet got mowed down with all the walking we did. I was ungodly tired, so I made good use of that spacious bathtub in our Airbnb and just sat there for some good minutes with hot water being showered on my head, the most heavenly feeling in the world after all that walking and non-stop sweating due to the heat.
Agora a gente tá indo pra Osaka. Comprei aqui um café da manhãzinho, que é com aquelas pasta doce de feijão, e tipo um donut aqui, cheese and crumbles. Deve ser tipo os cheesecake, só que em formato de donut.
We bid farewell to our first Airbnb at around 10 AM and went to Tokyo Station to ride a Shinkansen to our next destination, where we'd be staying for 4 days. The best city in Japan, Osaka! During my last trip, I got lost for a while at Tokyo Station, searching for the Shinkansen gates, so I kept warning Kinako we'd be there for a while, but thankfully this time we disembarked very close to the Shinkansen gates, so we didn't have a Tsumugi Shiraishi experience.
7番6番
Chegamos aqui em Osaka. Esse é o trem bala, mulher, Shinkansen. Crazy place, crazy place. Now we're going to the middle Suji line to our Airbnb. This is the Tennoji station. Very pretty. So here is our Airbnb in Osaka.
It's pretty neat place, isn't it?
Oh yes, it works.
And we have television for the first time with the funny Japanese thingies. We got a veranda too, with a beautiful view, must I say. By the end of the trip, both me and Kinako agreed that it ended up being the best one out of the 4 Airbnbs we stayed on during this trip. Very American. It was quite spacious, had a really comfy bed, a nice sofa, and overall just had a very nice vibe to it. The bathroom was quite cramped though. And we have the bathroom here. A dove. Taking a shower there wasn't super pleasant, but it did the job. Neat. After leaving our stuff at the place and resting a bit, we had lunch at a burger place called Zetteria, which was pretty good, especially the chicken nuggets. So this is the Tennoji station. We're gonna go to Lashimba now, animate, and then meet up with the Osaka peas. After that, we headed to Nipponbashi to visit a Namco arcade, where we'd be meeting with 2 other producers. Vintage, a Hitsukopi, and Umigup, another longtime Yukihopi, both of which I met during my last trip as well, with Vintage being the one who actually greeted me at the airport back then, since it would be my first time visiting the country. And Umigup I only got to meet last time due to some crazy coincidence, because I was only in Osaka for a single day during my last trip. Then when I was visiting Dotonbori, I decided to tweet about it as I was there, something I didn't always do during that trip. So Umigup happened to see that tweet, asked if we could meet, and so we did. Then he took me to this very same Nipponbashi Namco arcade we were meeting at now, which is where I played the original arcade game, an experience I still remember vividly, seeing and interacting with Haruka's original design with brown eyes and hearing the absurdly catchy soundtrack coming out of the actual machine.
No matter last one.
Yeah, for the first time, it's honestly good.
Since we were visiting the same arcade this trip, you can bet I doubled down and played the OG arcade again, this time choosing Amimami as my idols. Now I have a Haruka P card and an Amimami P card from the original game. But this time they had another Idol Master game for us to play. The tours. I wrote my full thoughts about this game on Backlog, so if you wanna check it out, I'll leave a QR code here. But surprise, surprise, it's another modern Idol Master game being mishandled by Bandai Namco.
The amazing 7 songs we have here.
But doing a high touch with Haruka was a fun experience, same for doing the real-life card gacha. Let's see how many Chihayas. Oh, that's a nice one. Nice.
A basic Haruka. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, that's... You like her, right?
Yeah, good.
Now the last one. He's hoping. Oh! Let's fucking go!
Let's go.
They also had a notebook next to the original arcade cabinet where you could write a message, which I did. Also in the same building they had another Idol Master official store, though smaller than the one in Akihabara. I didn't buy anything there, but it was neat checking it out. And that just reminded me to mention how one of the shiny colors merch they were selling in these official stores was a fancy looking fork themed around Luca. Yes, a literal fork. I guess it's because she'd probably kill someone with that, I don't know.
No, I'm here to kill you with that.
Fork.
After that, Umigup took us to one of the highlights of the trip, a bar completely themed around Idol Master. what a vibe that bar was. iDOLM merch and posters plastered everywhere. Pooches hanging on the ceiling. Literal piles of all kinds of paraphernalia scattered all around the place like a hoarder's house. A group of 3 seemingly regulars were also there, and they were super friendly, trying to earnestly chat with us and show us some of the memorabilia they had there. But my Japanese is unfortunately very bad. But words weren't necessary to convey our love for iDOLM, especially when we did the calls and sang together some bits of songs on the TV that was tuned to the Road to Neverend Idol livestream and the official iDOLM channel, where they were playing on loop the Mirishita All-Stars MVs. You could also order drinks inspired by idols there, so I ordered a mummy drink and then a Haruka drink, which were yellow and red, as you might expect. And they were pretty light too, I barely felt the taste of alcohol. Now that is something you don't see every day. Alright.
Public masturbation.
It's the Umiko Osaka shirt. Yeah. After that live stream with the All-Stars MVs, they started streaming some full episodes of the anime, as they had been doing for a few days by that point. When we got to our Airbnb, Kinako tuned to the stream, and what episode were they showing?
This guy wants to torture us.
Don't worry, it will come to us soon enough.
Where is it? Oh, here.
I can't do this. I will close my eyes.
I laid down in bed and had to cover my eyes while I listened to that song, because, as you all know, it is physiologically impossible for an iDOLM fan to not cry with it. And as it turns out, it would not be the last time I would be crying to that song during this trip. The Nara Park, see the deer garden. And then we have some humidifiers here, because this place is hell on earth. Yeah, start of a new day, July 28th? I don't even know anymore. Yeah, this is the train we'll be taking. Osaka loop line. Wait, let's rewind a little bit, shall we? Because this is a day that didn't go as we planned at all. The original idea was to do a pilgrimage to locations from the Animas movie, all the way down in Takahama, a coastal town located in Fukui. We planned out the routes from Osaka to that place down to a T, because it was quite the trip to get there, having to take multiple trains and even some buses. But after experiencing the hellish weather those previous days, we reached the conclusion that going to the beach wouldn't be particularly clever, just like how spending most of the day commuting just to get there and back from there wouldn't exactly be the most fun way to spend the day. So we decided to scrap that whole idea. Alright, we are hitting Nara. And we are going to the park. Instead, we decided to go to Nara Park, known for the crazy amount of deer that roamed freely around the park. And a crazy amount of deer it sure had. Very cute and chill fellas. It was funny showing my mummy Nui to them because her hair is the same color as the crackers people fed the deer with. So they'd sniff her and be like, nah, this ain't food, mate, and just leave.
It already sees brown and
Yeah.
it goes like, yeah, okay, that might be, yeah. So that's really the only stall with the guy. Like, come on, surely there's another one somewhere.
Selling the crackers?
Yeah.
Yeah, there must be somewhere. There's so many. There's some huge ones. Look at that one. The baby's scared. The baby's scared.
Then we started our trek to go visit probably the most out-of-pocket destination of this whole trip.
And then we're going to pay respects to our man that was killed by Kojima.
Shinzo Abe's memorial at a cemetery nearby. I actually had proposed that idea as a meme to Kinako before the trip, which we quickly discarded, but since we were nearby, we were like, why not, let's ball. And the fun thing is that before heading to Nara Park, we stopped at a book off store and I took a picture of a Shinzo Abe book before we decided to check his memorial. So I guess destiny had already been set in stone for us. There was just one problem. That nearby actually meant walking for roughly 40 minutes under a 39 degrees Celsius sun. All just for the meme of checking the memorial of the guy who was shot by Hideo Kojima. And that we did.
Taxi.
I like how there's more taxis than humans here.
Super calminho, bicho. Apesar do calor desgraçado, é bom andar assim. Estamos chegando.
We're going straight.
Quick break here. Meu gatinho ali. Bem bonitinho.
Man, they even have a camera set up for this.
See you, Space Cowboy.
Then, a Momokopi friend of ours suggested us having some kakigori while we were there, so we looked up a location which was basically next to where we came from. So we started our trek back, which meant walking another hour under the scorching sun.
Vou me queimar pra caralho, maluco. Tive passado o sandal level 50. Fudeu.
But around 3 PM we got to the place, and the price seemed a bit spicy for a bowl of shaved ice. But when it arrived, we understood the price. It was huge! And let me tell you, that shit was delicious, absurdly refreshing after all that walking that even got me burnt by the end of the day. I even left a review on Google with Mummy posing next to the bowl.
Sorry, dinner will start at 1700 hours.
Next up, we went to Umeda. We visited the usual suspects, Lashinban, Mandarake, some retro game stores, and got myself some neat merch from those places, including Yukiho's brilliant stage figure, a Haruka fan from Hotspot 2, and an Amimami set of goods using Minichu's adorable chibi arts.
Aqui em Umeda, depois de passar nos Mandarake, nos Lashinban, comprei coisinhas.
We then stopped at Akia, where Kinako printed his P-cards for Never an Idol, in a process that was surprisingly quick and easy. He mailed them the PSD in the morning, and like less than an hour later they replied saying they were already printed and ready to take out.
Moment of truth.
Ooh, okay. Wait. Oh, suge.
Suge, Latobia. Ratobia. What about the back? Did they respect the bleed and all?
Yeah, they absolutely did. That is perfect, yeah. It's perfect, absolutely perfect.
Estamos aqui em Osaka, Umeda. Olha esse lugar maluco. Caralho, bicho. Tá ali a loja da Nintendo. Não vou lá hoje, mas tá ali. Our last stop was a big camera store nearby, where I wanted to buy some Switch 2 stuff, like this year's Game of the Year Donkey Kong Bonanza, a micro SD card and a new Pro controller. While on our way there, we saw some street musicians performing and stopped to appreciate their music for a bit. It was such a nice vibe seeing people sitting on the ground watching them play, with a girl in particular even have a guy cheering her with pen lights. Then we got to that big camera where I found Bonanza and the SD card, but couldn't find the Pro controller. And spoiler warning, I didn't find that damn controller in any store I visited during this trip. It was sold out literally everywhere. To end the day, we stopped at a Coco's restaurant close to our Airbnb, where we ordered some curry with level 1 spice. Except they must have gotten mistaken, because that shit was spicy as all fuck. I couldn't even finish mine. Kinako said his curry was much worse, that mine was barely spicy at all, so I didn't even dare taking a sip out of his, or else I would be spitting fire like Hibiki during Rebellion.
I just be fire,
Vamos lá, rapaziada, unboxingzinho, meia-noite, direto do Japão, desfocado, por que não, né? Cansado pra porra hoje, tô assado pra caralho. Mas faz parte da experiência. Muito boa a capinha, cara. Deixa eu ver o... Infelizmente não tem mais manual nem nada, né, mas... Ver a capinha aqui. Ó. Essa capinha é legal por dentro. Bonanza. De volta aqui na Osaka Station, agora com as propagandas do Switch 2, moleque. Let's go. So which now?
Platform 8.
8. Agora vamos para Kyoto. We fittingly took the Haruka train to Osaka Station, and then we took another train to Kyoto. Torrezinha, tem ali o umidificador no banheiro, no ponto de óbino, pinto de óbinos, porque tá um calor de 39 graus, rapaziada. In Kyoto, we did something I wasn't expecting during any of my visits to Japan. Taking a bus. Since the train and subway system is so thorough in the big cities, I thought we could go literally everywhere using them, which is true, but buses are actually a good alternative for small to medium distances when you don't feel like walking so much. So we rode a bus to the closest stop to the Lashinbang and Mandarake stores we wanted to visit. Almost every stop around that area had Shijo in the name, and the color of the monitor showing the stops was even purple. So I guess Takane's family owned that bus line, which is fitting given she's from Kyoto. We checked those aforementioned stores along with some others. Got myself a Makoto figure to match the Yukiho one I got the other day, since they were both from the same set, along with some doujins and CDs, with the Mandarake store in particular having a nice selection of Puchima's and iDOLM STER CDs, which weren't that common to find in these second-hand stores. And the Lashinbang had some Fami-san albums. Based! Also, Kinako got himself that fat Animas Chihaya figure in that Lashinbang. I really wanted to find the Amimami figure from that set, but that would be too lucky to simply come across in a second-hand store during my trip, right? We then had lunch at a very good steakhouse, and then Kinako chose our next destination, the Arashiyama Bamboo Forest, which he wanted to visit because of a memorable scene from Oreigaru that is set there. Thankfully there was a bus line that went straight to that place, so that was our second and last time taking a bus during this trip. The forest itself was pretty neat, lots of bamboos. Shocker, I know. As expected, it's a very tourist-prone location, so it was pretty packed with people from all over the world. Kinako took a nice picture of Chihaya there using Mirishita's MR camera feature, so I had an idea. What if he could take a picture of me and Mami together there?
Estação bonitinha aqui em Kyoto. Aquelas estação tradicionalzinha. E agora a gente vai para as hot springs.
We would be meeting again with Umigup and Vintage to go to the most peculiar destination of this trip, an onsen. But more on that later. On our way back, we stumbled across a street in Kyoto that looked extremely similar to a location shown in Myriad Colors' Phantom World, a show that both me and Kinako had watched. Given how Kyoto Animation is based in, well, Kyoto, and always includes its locations in its shows, it might just have been the same place. Coincidentally, during my last trip, I actually stumbled on accident across their second studio.
So I was on my way to this station here, and then I turned to the side, and look what I found. By complete accident, the fucking second building. Kyoto Animation's second building. I can't even English anymore.
I guess even though nowadays I'm not as huge of a fan as I used to be, fate still ties me to KyoAni. Umigup then took us to a kushikatsu restaurant near the station called Matsuba Sohonten, and that place was good! As with all things Osaka, it just had this nice, inviting vibe to it, a lively but rowdy atmosphere that I simply loved. Chatting there with the fellas while eating those godlike, huge shrimp skewers is one of my favorite memories from this trip. But the biggest highlight of the day was yet to come.
It's been a while since I went to expansion properly. Yeah, I like the vibe.
Not a single soul, dude.
Nobeha no Yu Tsuruhashi, the place where I was reborn. Yes, the onsen. What a godly experience, good fucking lord. I could feel my soul being healed as I dipped in those hot waters. Made even better with how tired I was with all the walking we had done so far during the trip. The place had quite a few pools to choose from, and we obviously tried them all. They all ranged from various degrees of hotness, with the exception being the cold bath, which I tried but couldn't stand more than 5 seconds with only my knees submerged in it because it was freezing. The water temperature was like 15 degrees Celsius, and on the polar opposite they had the sauna. A lot of people started getting inside the room, and some staff members were inviting us to join it too. The temperature started raising as if I was inside an oven. It was unfucking bearably hot. Then they'd pour cold water with some fragrance on the heater to raise steam, which they'd then blow on us with some large fans, and that shit felt like it was boiling under my skin, as if I was being fried alive. My heart was beating so unbelievably fast that I decided to leave early because I was genuinely scared I was going to have a heart attack or something. It was way too fucking hot for me. But yeah, we stayed in that place for about 2 hours, leaving quite close to midnight, and they were some of the best 2 hours of this whole trip. Again, it would have been already blissful had I been there on my own, but relaxing in those delicious hot waters accompanied by those 3 great friends, those are the moments that make life worth living. all the hardships we endure in our lives, they're just stepping stones to experiences like the one we lived that day. I remember even saying to them something along the lines of July 29th, 2025, to be remembered as the best day of our lives. Except that they would end up losing that best day title that coming weekend, but we'll get there soon. In any case, I'm sure none of us will forget the sight of that huge pachinko slot building looming over us in the clear night sky of Osaka as we chatted with our bodies submerged in soothing hot water.
Alright, almost midnight in Osaka. It was like the best experience of my life. O melhor dia da minha vida foi hoje, cara. Onsen, a melhor coisa do universo. Tô zen.
To close this section, I just wanted to bring up the shirt I was wearing that day. It's a shirt one of my best friends, Jordan, gifted to me almost a decade ago. Back in the 2000s, both me and Jordan had a Super Mario 64 bloopers or Machinima series, the first Brazilian ones, mine being Super Metal Mario and Jordan's being It's Me Blooper. The shirt shows two characters from our series, Metal Mario from my series and Krauser from Jordan's. After leaving the Kushikatsu restaurant, Umigup asked me how I became a video editor, and I explained how it started as a hobby with Super Metal Mario, then tried to explain the concept of using the Mario 64 engine to create a series out of it, to which Umigup just replied, "So a machinima?" And then I was like, yeah, exactly, because I wasn't sure if he'd be aware of that concept. And as fate would have it, I just happened to be wearing that shirt while that conversation came up, so I pointed to him how one of those characters was the protagonist of my series, which recently completed 18 years. Never could I have dreamed I would be having a conversation about it in Japan 18 years later. And here's a clip of the revival of Super Metal Mario that I made back in 2020. A volleyball scene using the song Big Bang's Volleyball, one of my top 3 favorite Million Live songs.
Osaka é a melhor cidade, cara. É uma puta vibe legal, assim. Não é limpinha, bonitinha, igual Tóquio. Mas ainda assim é segura nessas áreas. Eu ouvi falar que tem umas áreas que são Boca Brava, mas Boca Brava do Japão deve ser a cidade mais safe do Brasil, né?
Our final day in Osaka wasn't as eventful as the previous few days. We went to Nipponbashi again to check the usual stars I've been mentioning here every time. Lashinbang, Surugaya, Yodobashi Camera, Hetero Game Stars, etc, etc.
Jesus Christ.
Now remember when I mentioned Kinako finding the fat Animas Chihaya figure and how I wish I was lucky enough like him to find the Amimami figure from that set? Well, guess what? I couldn't have been any happier, man. It was the single Amimami figure I found the whole trip, and it ended up being the best one ever released. It's funny how their figures weren't too common to find in second-hand stores, because in general Amimami goods are extremely common due to them not being popular, so lucky me, I guess. And remember the Amimami set of goods I found in a Mandarake? They were also based on this very same figure, which made it possible for me to arrange them together like this. Just a quick tangent here because I gotta bring this up, but on the Yodobashi camera there was this gaming zone, and one of the PCs there had Windows 7 installed with MSN Messenger. My beloved, you are dearly missed. Also, did you know they made iDOLM STER Winks for MSN back in the day, I think in 2008? This was preserved by Yukipo Games, which just happens to be Einhard's channel, so go subscribe. There's a place I really wanted to visit during my last trip, but didn't manage to. It wasn't easy to get a reservation for this place. The moment they opened, they'd be sold out instantly, but after much perseverance and checking the site daily to see if someone would cancel their reservation, I managed to book it for only one person. So poor Kinako would have to stay by himself for about an hour. While going to the building where the cafe was located, we ended up stumbling across Dotonbori by accident. We weren't planning on crossing the iconic bridge from the Yakuza games, but that was the route Google gave us. Anyway, we got to the building and then parted ways for a brief moment. Kinako went to roam around and check some stores, while I entered the portal to Dreamland. I was already somewhat familiar with how the Kirby Cafe looked, but being there yourself really feels like a dream. It's such a charming atmosphere, like you're... Yup, that is me! So this is completely unscripted now. I was looking for some footage to include in the video of the Osaka Kirby Cafe, and I saw this thumbnail here, and I'm like, hold up, I remember a guy sitting right next to me with kind of a streamer setup, recording his food and shit, and it wasn't this exact same spot. So I was like, let me check this. Maybe it's the same. Maybe it's the same guy. Like the date kind of matches. It was like 1 month later, but still. So I was skimming through it, and then, sure enough, there I am. Fuck, I don't even know what to say now. And then later, the best part is that it shows the Mami Nui. Let me put in full screen here. Here, it shows me adjusting her. Can't believe this shit, man. This is fucking incredible. It's such a charming atmosphere, like you're transported to Dreamland itself, with all those super cute and beautiful decorations around the store, and the blissful arrangements of Kirby music, of which I was quite familiar with some already due to them being the same from the Sound of Kirby Cafe albums. But I did hear some new ones there, like an arrangement of 2 planets approach the Roche limit, the final boss theme from Forgotten Land, and simply one of my top 10 favorite songs in the entire franchise. I sat right next to Wispy Woods. I ordered a half margherita, half carbonara pizza, some fries, a green greens drink, and for dessert, the Car Kirby cake from Forgotten Land. The pizza honestly wasn't that good, but everything else was delightful, especially the green greens drink. But you don't go to a place like this expecting superb food, you go for the vibes, you go to immerse yourself in all the Kirby theming, and yeah, as a huge fan of the series, it was such a marvelous experience, even though I ended up spending more than I'd wish, but that's also part of the experience.
Ó, Dotonbori, molecada, de tarde. É o fervo esse lugar. Você tá maluco, meu irmão. Olha isso aí.
After that, we'd be going to Namba to meet with Vintage again. Before that, we stumbled across an official SNK store, and I had to drop by because a big friend of mine is a huge SNK fan, so I took some pictures for him and bought him an acrylic of Krauser, which just happens to be the character that was the inspiration behind this Krauser that I mentioned previously. Tocando a música do Krauser, cara. Then we met Vintage, we had dinner at a McDonald's, went to a very hidden store specialized in idol merch to buy for a cheaper price, the pen lights and UOs for the live. Then Vintage took us to a Route 1, where we saw him in his natural habitat. A master at work. Let's go. Yeah, this one is hard.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Oh, fuck. Worth noting how it was like 39 degrees Celsius that day, and I think it was the day the heat got to me the most, because when we were on our way to the Route 1, I genuinely felt like I was going to pass out. Had to make several stops to rest a bit and clean the overwhelming amount of sweat that wouldn't stop to pour, even though it was already 8 PM or something. And that was it for the day. We returned to our Airbnb for our final night of sleep in Osaka, the S tier of Japanese cities. Something I didn't bring up until now is how the first and last thing we'd always do every day during our stay in Osaka was visiting the closest family mart to our Airbnb. It kinda became like a ritual going there to buy some water and some snacks to spend the day or close the night. It is something completely trivial that shouldn't warrant any mention, but I don't know, man. I now look back really fondly to that one specific family mart. Kinda like it was a safe haven, you know? The place where our adventures in Osaka would always begin and end.
一瞬で終わりますよ。ゴキブリ？
This was the schedule for the day. Literally none of that happened, other than the fact we went to Nagoya, or to be more specific, Nagakute in Aichi. We scheduled this one-day stop because both me and Kinako had places we wanted to visit there. The Ghibli Park for me and the Toyota Museum for him. However, I booked the Nagoya Airbnb before getting a ticket for the Ghibli Park, and as it turned out, I had to make a reservation 2 months in advance, which I didn't, so it was too late. But at least we'd be able to visit the Toyota Museum, right? Well, after all the activities we did the last few days, all while dealing with that grueling heat, we decided that the best course of action would be to use this day to wind down and relax, recharge our batteries for the upcoming hectic days. But first, we needed to get there. We took a Shinkansen to Nagoya Station, but before boarding, I had to say goodbye to a dear friend.
Hora de se livrar desse amigo aqui, porque ele está fedendo pra cacete por causa de toda andando pra caralho.
We got to Nagoya Station, then took 2 more trains to get to our station in Nagakute, including a stop at a station that had a bunch of Ghibli Park decorations.
Essa paradinha do Parque Ghibli aqui que eu não vou conseguir. E vazia a estação, velho. Tá tipo, são o que? 2 horas da tarde. Tem ninguém aqui. Muito raro ver isso no Japão.
Also, much to my surprise, one of the languages in the signs for that station was Brazilian Portuguese. When I went to check why, I learned Aichi is the prefecture in Japan with the largest Brazilian community. A friend of ours even showed us there were quite a few Brazilian restaurants in that place, so I liked the idea of eating somewhere like that. But we dropped that idea when we realized something we didn't pay attention to when we booked the Airbnb: how removed from the city it was.
So this is Aichi in the middle of nowhere, but they have an amusement park at least, it seems. And it is 28 degrees Celsius, and we can feel this. We can feel the difference. This is like the best weather in the world after all we've been through. Os patinhos ali. É difícil dar zoom que eu tô com outra coisa na mão aqui, mas aqui é no meio do nada, Haiti. Estamos andando até o Airbnb que eu não sabia que tinha que andar 1 km até chegar nele nesse calor. Apesar de que aqui tá ok até, ok pros padrões que a gente tava vivendo, tá tipo 39 graus, aqui tá 30. É uma vitória. Isso aí. Ó, o Airbnb que a gente tá ficando. Baratinha morta ali embaixo. Aqui é a cozinha. Aqui ó, botar os passaporte. When going out, please turn off electric. Welcome to Nagakute City. Aqui tem o bath suite, porque aqui é onde se acende a luz do banheiro, que é aqui. Aí tem até o banheirinho, chuveirinho ultra tradicional, o banhinho. Aqui o banheiro. Aqui tem o lugarzinho mais tradicional ainda. Dá pra acender isso aqui? Oh, nossa senhora. Aquecedorzinho que certamente não precisa, porque já tá mais do que aquecido. Aqui é o quarto onde a gente tá ficando. O cara ele pegou uma bike aqui, tem umas bikezinhas que pode usar. Infelizmente eu não sei andar de bike. E aqui é o quarto que a gente tá ficando, peraí. Abrir do outro lado, né? Não sejamos boçais. Aqui, a mami. Ó. Tem TVzinha. Pedimos uma Domino's Pizza aqui, uma Coca que veio não gelada. Mas esse é o quarto que a gente tá ficando aqui. Ar-condicionado brabo. E uma vista linda, né? O foda é que aqui é mais propenso a ter bicho, né, cara? Esse é o meu medo de noite.
Since the house was in the middle of nowhere, going outside to lunch was out of the question. So I decided to do something I certainly wasn't expecting to do in Japan. Order something for us on Uber Eats. But good lord, what a measly pizza that was! Thinner than a piece of paper. And the Coke wasn't even cold! Later Kinako noticed they had a bike in a shack and decided to go for a ride in the sunset and check the nearest convenience store to buy us some snacks and drinks. I unfortunately don't know how to ride a bike, so I stayed back home while he rode through the gorgeous orange-lit scenery of Nagakute. When he returned, I was introduced to the wonders of this drink called Strong Zero. The thing with me and alcohol is that I like the feeling of being drunk, but I despise the taste of alcohol, so much that the last time I drank was back in 2020. But they weren't kidding, it sure hits strong, but the taste of alcohol is near zero, literally the perfect drink for me. What ensued was one of the main highlights of this trip, a memorable night marked by us getting drunk, more Uber Eats, a Nintendo Direct, and cockroaches. Alright, let me break that down. With a single can of Strong Zero, I was already feeling a bit tipsy. And what does one do when they're feeling tipsy? They want to drink more. So I decided to order 2 more on Uber Eats for me and Kinako along with some snacks. And for this order I had to give a code to the delivery man, which were 4 number 9s. So it was funny saying to him, QQQQ. As for the cockroaches, I had a bad feeling about them the moment we arrived in the Airbnb. For a large part of the day I was chatting on Discord with Maddie, one of Sidem's strongest soldiers, and while I was sitting on the floor typing a message, the first cockroach showed up from below the chair that was right in front of me. I dropped my phone and leapt in the air screaming and asked Hinako to kill it for me, because I'm fucking terrified of those fuckers. But thank God I was drunk, because I found the situation more funny than anything. While had I been sober, I would have been paranoid the whole day about the possibility of more showing up. which ended up happening in the most inopportune timing. A Nintendo Direct had been announced and it would be streamed that night at 10 PM, though it was going to be a partner showcase, which are rarely ever exciting. But since I'm a big Nintendron and I had the tradition of always recording with a group of friends our reactions, I obviously wanted to watch it. So 10 PM came, I put on my earbuds and joined the voice chat to watch it with those friends for another experience I never imagined I'd be having in my life. Watching a Nintendo Direct in Japan while drunk, with a special guest, a cockroach.
Tinha ali antes, caralho.
Barato. Cockroach. This is flag? Tem uma barata aqui, porra.
Pede pro cara matar, mano.
It showed up here. Por que eu vou dormir com uma barata aqui, porra? Did you see? She was here.
Ah, não é o Pac-Man World.
Thank you. Ó, Pac-Man 2, foda.
Later another one showed up next to Kinako in his bed, which prompted me to scream once more, and I honestly don't even remember if he managed to kill it, because by that point I was already 2 full strong zeros down, so the end of that night is a bit fuzzy in my head. What I know is that the cockroaches were the most eventful thing of that direct, because it kinda sucked.
É um novo jogo de Katamari?
Ah, é o novo?
Ah, novo Katamari, que foda!
E o Katamari.
Cara, por que não usaram pra vocês dois? Estão se peidando essa porra.
Faz tempo que não tem um novo, cara. Faz tempo que tem um novo.
When we realized how out there this Airbnb was, we started wondering if this Nagoya stop was even a good idea, since we weren't even going to do anything we had planned. We thought, maybe we should have gone straight to Yokohama after Osaka, without spending all this extra money with the Shinkansen ride and a one-night stay in Nagoya to do nothing. But by the end of the day, that mindset took a 180. It was a day that went completely off script, and that was 100% for the better, making for an unforgettable experience and one of the most memorable days of this trip. The day before our dreams would come true. I woke up with a mini hangover thanks to the strong zeros, so the first thing I did in the morning was take a good shower, hoping no cockroaches would show up there. Then the plan was to call an Uber to take us to the station because we weren't feeling like walking those 20 minutes with our heavy bags again. Unfortunately, I tried for a while, but it would always get cancelled, so we gave up and had to walk up there, starting the 3-hour-long trek to our final Airbnb in Yokohama.
We will soon make a brief stop at Geidai Doors. The doors on the right side will open.
Estação de Nagoya. Indo pegar o Shinkansen.
After arriving in Yokohama, the plan was to meet up at Shinjuku Station with Jacob, a Hitsukopi, and Kei, a Chihayapi, and the head translator of Sankyu subs. Shinjuku Station is where the huge ad for the iDOLM STER 20th anniversary was located, and holy shit, it sure was massive! An enormous corridor dedicated solely for that ad, filled with messages from fans, staff members, and even the seiyus, along with some lovely illustrations. I know I said this before, but I really can't stress enough how I couldn't have been more grateful to be there in Japan while the 20th anniversary was being celebrated. We then had lunch at the GOAT of Japanese restaurants, Saizeria, where Jacob gave me and Kinako our name merch that we had ordered through him. And also my P-cards. They turned out so good. I commissioned that Ami-Mami art for their birthday this year with a Super Mario Galaxy 2 theme because of its 15th anniversary, which happened only 2 days after their birthday. But when I was coming up with a new P-card design for Nei, I figured using it in the card as well would be perfect because the stars they're holding are yellow and green, just like the colors often associated with Brazil. After that, we honestly didn't really have much planned at all, so we roamed around Shinjuku for a bit, walked across Kabukicho, went into a big camera so that I could buy the brand new Haruka 30 MS figure. We visited Tower Records Shinjuku, the store with the lovely chibi Million Life drawings. Then we went to an arcade where we watched Kei in his natural habitat. Wait, didn't I already say this? Oh yeah, that happened with Vintage as well back in Osaka. Both him and Kei are beasts in these arcade rhythm games. I don't have even 5% of the motor coordination they have. After an hour or so chilling in the arcade, we headed to Shibuya for the Bang Bang Karaoke collab, where we would be meeting with some other friends. That collab was starting that very day. In fact, we even saw a staff member removing the banner of the previous collab and putting up the new one with Haruka, Yuriko and Konomi. We were basically the very first group of people to attend that collab. The room for it was pretty neat, all decorated with arts of the idols featured in the collab, with the standout to me obviously being Haruka, who had a cardboard stand near the entrance. And you bet your ass I took a picture with her. We finished our singing session a bit after 11 PM, so we had to rush to get our trains back to our Airbnb, managing to get one of the last trains to our long-ass named station. Hazawa Yokohama Kokudai Station. This Airbnb was the smallest one we stayed at during this trip, a very compact apartment, but good enough for our needs. And so ended the final day before Never End Idol. No matter what we dreamed during this last night of sleep, the real dreams would only start after waking up the next day. It's here already. Ironically enough, this was the best night of sleep I had the whole trip. You'd think I'd be pretty anxious about the live. The excitement for it wouldn't let me sleep properly. But nope, I slept as soundly as Miki herself. After waking up and packing up all my arsenal for the live, like the penlights, the UOs and the Ami-Mami Happy, I left the Airbnb around 8:40 AM.
Portinho do nosso Airbnb, o último, em Yokohama. Condomíniozinho tradicionalzinho de cidade. E é hoje, rapaziada, o melhor dia da minha vida hoje. Vamos lá, Haruka.
I left pretty early in the morning because I wanted to arrive early at the venue to help Kei and Kotone with the live goods, as Kei was somehow the only person in our group of 10 or so people who won the goods lottery, so he took all of our orders. After an hour, I arrived at Yokohama Station. Got a bit lost as per usual, but then managed to find the exit I recognized from last trip. as Million Life 10th Act 4 was also held at K Arena, so I started retracing the same steps as last time. The magical road to a venue I couldn't believe I was visiting again so soon.
Tá ali, meus amigos, no horizonte, a K Arena, de volta aqui, depois de 2 anos, 2 anos não, né? Desde fevereiro de 2024, ano passado, de volta, minha segunda live no mesmo lugar, quem diria? Ai, 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 é o dia pra entrar na história. Vou chorar, cara, vou chorar. It's here already. Ai, não acredito, cara. Ai, de volta aqui, cara, que sonho.
When I arrived there, I spotted some familiar faces, namely Kei, Kotone, Renoji, and Umigup in his immaculate Yukihō drip, in an area that would basically become the Gaijin gathering spot in the 2 days of the live. Whenever we wanted to rest from all the activities of those 2 days, we'd always return to that spot and chill there, chatting with the myriad of other Ps gathering there, with lots of bags scattered across the ground brimming with all sorts of iDOLM STER merch. Quite the sight to behold, and what an atmosphere, man. It genuinely gives me chills just remembering the atmosphere of those days. I then got with Kei the merch I had ordered, which were Chihaya and Yukihō pen lights, the concert pamphlet, and the Amimami fan, which I'm so glad I got because it ended up becoming my favorite piece of merch from the live, seeing a ton of views thanks to the heat, and also as the place I'd stored the tickets from the live. Of course, we couldn't go without a picture in front of the venue, right? Proudly displaying the flag, as I'm fairly confident I was the only Brazilian attending the live. And then I took Ren's picture, which, if you allow me to be humble, turned out pretty sleek. Another fun question mark moment with Ren was when we went to a machine near the venue to grab something to drink, and on the way back I felt something in my ear, and when I brushed it off with my hand I saw it was a tiny spider now hanging by my happy. I'm very bad with insects, as you all have already seen with the cockroach incident in Nagakute. So I was like, oh my god, please take it off, please, 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 please. Which he promptly did, as he had no problem with spiders. If you're watching this, thank you very much for that, buddy. Now this is the point where it becomes really tough to mention everyone I met at the venue, be it old friends or new acquaintances. It is too many people. Live weekends are incredibly hectic, and I don't mean just the concert itself, but all that transpires before and after. Because you're always doing so many things, meeting so many people, and the overwhelming excitement of it all makes your memory go hazy. It's like there's a limit in your brain to how many positive memories it can hold at once per day, and that limit gets extrapolated very quickly throughout these 48 hours. I would like, however, to single out a few encounters. First, Formula 91, Puchimaster Supreme, the man whose name is featured in every flower stand known to man. He kindly gifted me Koami and Komami plushies along with an Aminui and some other little thingies. And I really mean it when I say Puchimaster Supreme, just look at his bag. Later, a Chihaya P by the name of Galactic Soul approached me, mentioning how he followed me on Twitter, and he was accompanied by his Makoto P friend MF Makoto III. And they were both from Chile. I couldn't believe it, I was actually meeting some people from South America. iDOLM is almost unknown in Latin countries, so we're definitely the rarest breed of fans, especially All-Stars fans. But the wildest thing to me is that we chatted about this cultural phenomenon in Chile called 31 Minutos. A TV show with puppets that used to be broadcast in Brazil as well in the 2000s, and I was a huge fan. So I brought it up in our conversation and they were super stoked about it because everyone in Chile loves 31 Minutos. But yeah, never in my wildest dreams I would imagine that I, a Brazilian, would be in Japan in an iDOLM live chatting with Chileans about 31 Minutos.
Ah, no me gusta cómo baila. Muérase de nuevo.
Because of that experience, we bonded pretty quickly and spent a lot of time together on both days of the live. And if those encounters weren't enough, we later also met a guy from Paraguay. This one lived in Japan though, and funnily enough, he was the only person I met who didn't know how to speak English, but he knew how to speak Portuguese. So it was the only time in the whole trip where I chatted with someone in Portuguese. We then got a picture of us taking the South American All-Stars gang. In a restaurant next to the venue and also in another one inside it, they were holding a collab in which you'd get a hand fan of one of the All-Stars girls if you ordered a special drink. They had a line for the drinks alone, which was pretty lengthy, but you could also order them together with food inside the restaurant, which is what we did. We, as in me, Vojta, a Haruka P from the Czech Republic, Taka, an American Mickey P, and Einhard, remember him? The Dutch Yukiho P we met at the start of the trip. So we ordered our food, got myself a nice burger, and also 2 drinks for 2 uchiwas, which is what those hand fans are called in Japanese. I was hoping for a Haruka or a mummy. I mean a mummy. But instead I got Yayoi and Yukiho. Einhard, however, got mummy, and if you recall, he's the biggest Yuki mummy guy out there. So, as the kind soul I am, I gave him my Yukiho fan. The Yayoi one I later gave to Yuki, an amazing Chihaya P artist that will be brought up again in this video soon enough, trust me. I then got a 3rd drink just to take another shot at one of my girls, but got a Takane. However, this was actually a blessing because I knew a Takane P that had gotten a mummy fan, Lewdacriz. He had plans to trade it with someone else, but when I got that Takane fan, I swept to his DM saying, "Buddy, you're trading that mummy with me." And that's how I got my mummy fan. Surely I don't have anything else to add about this mummy fan. Around 3:30 PM the gates opened, a bit earlier than scheduled because of the heat. So it was time to join Jacob, my Renban for the live, and finally enter the venue and pray that I wouldn't be turned away at the entrance. Wait, what? So yeah, a big source of anxiety for me in the weeks leading up to the live was reading some reports of people being turned away from Hotspot 2 and some Gakuma's lives because of address issues or some kind of activity that raised a flag to them, like recently changing information in your account, with the Hotspot 2 ones being fellow gaijins and the Gaku ones including even Japanese fans. Since the Japanese address in my account obviously wasn't where I actually lived, I got fairly worried with the possibility of that happening to me, made even worse with the fact I did change my address some months before Nei, since it used to be a McDonald's address. Another source of worry some days after I arrived in Japan was the report that a typhoon was approaching the region, set to hit Yokohama the day of the live, so the fear of it being cancelled was real. And as if that wasn't enough, some days before the live, some fans spotted signs in the venue that the concert would have facial ID scan, something that to my knowledge had never happened to an iDOLM live before, which made us all wonder how that would even work. maybe a stricter check would become the norm after the Gaku lives, and Never End Idol would be the first live they'd test some new technology. Nothing was scarier than the thought of coming so close to the dream and being denied of it right at the door. But thanks to the blessing of our goddess Haruka Amami, all of that was just a ruse. There were no strict checks at the gate, those facial scan signs were removed from the venue on the day of the live, and the typhoon was deflected by the cheers of all All-Stars Ps that would never let it affect this performance that we've been dreaming since it was announced last year. And so, I go through the gate and get my ticket to heaven. Level 3, the second best level for seats at the K Arena. But I didn't know yet just how good the seat would be until I actually got inside. But first I wanted to check the flower stands. If you're not familiar with idol lives, it is a tradition for the fans to organize flower displays for the idols and the voice actresses that will be performing as a way to show appreciation and support for them, always coupled with some very lovely art. To cover the costs, fans are welcome to contribute with some money, and this time I managed to contribute to 2 flower stands, the Amimami one and the Haruka one. And man, seeing my name featured in them was such a good feeling. I know it's something simple, it's just your name there, but it really makes you feel a stronger bond with the idols you produce, that I'm doing my job as their producer. Seeing all those beautiful 30 plus flower stands, all crafted with brimming love and dedication, makes me really proud to be part of this community. Alright, now it was finally time. I approached gate 303, and the moment I crossed it, my eyes already started to swell to the sight of that gorgeous stage, the movie arena. The speakers played assorted All-Stars anthems like Only My Note, Happy, and Top. It was real. I was there. I was attending Never End Idol. I was soon going to see Nabucco Pro All-Stars live. We struck gold with those seats, smack in the middle of the venue, right behind the cameras that were recording the whole thing. In fact, we could even see their tablets with the whole script and set list for the live, so we could be spoiled of everything if we wanted to. The idea now is to talk a bit about every song they perform, but of course don't expect a huge analysis on each one. It'll mostly be some brief comments and assorted thoughts on each song and how I reacted to a few of them. And there'll also be some guests. Friends who also attended the live will be joining this report with their own thoughts on a few of the songs. So let us begin. The first day of the Idol Master Nabucco Pro All-Stars Live, Never End Idol. After the intro, featuring a beautiful and triumphant orchestral rendition of Ready and Masterpiece, they show up on stage in the flesh. Nabucco Pro All-Stars. And the live couldn't have started with any other song. It's the theme song of the whole franchise, still as much of an anthem as it was back in 2005. It was obvious it would be performed, but it's still surreal to think that I experienced this anthem myself live, that I mustered all the energy stored inside me to do its iconic calls along with 20,000 other people. I was there. After that opening song, those beautiful women introduced themselves. Now I won't mention MC sections unless they had something worth noting, and in the case of this first MC, I can't go without mentioning Asapon's iconic Nichan calls, because you can bet I was one of the Nichans screaming "Yeah!" from the top of my lungs when she called for us. And since I was seated right in the middle of the arena, whenever she was on screen and looked at the camera, it was like she was looking directly at me. So when she did that little heart with her hand, it was like an arrow hit me straight in the heart. And speaking of heart... A big surprise this one was. It hadn't been performed since 2015. It's such a wholesome, good vibes kind of song. I feel editing and Kugyu in particular fit it very well. I think in the chorus I always shouted "A-I" together, but I'm not sure if I did it loudly as if they were calls, because I don't think they were exactly calls, but I could be misremembering. Again, sensory overload. Experiencing this live was too much stimulus for my brain. There are so many songs that I genuinely have very little recollection of what I was doing during them, or even how I reacted to them, and this is one of them.
After Utama's finished, the next song they did was The Eye, and I was about to lose my absolute mind over it. The Eye was one of the songs I had written in a song survey they did a few months before the concert. I had mostly suggested songs that hadn't been performed in a long time. Before NEI, The Eye had only been performed 2 times, and the last time was 10 years ago. This one was the song I was gunning for the most, as one of the I Dream Lost songs, which are very important songs thematically in the franchise. The first IMS CDs they bought were the Best Of albums. They had a bunch of classic IMS songs alongside the I Dream Lost ones, but The Eye was the one I ended up liking the most. It's such an absurdly cute, but also extremely simple song. Half the lyrics are practically just I, but it was that simplicity that made me really love it. It's not as extravagant as Dream or Lost, but it's just so wholesome and sweet. It's an embodiment of the name of the song, Love. I really want to see it live at least once, and I did, and nearly died. The Eye feels like a perfect representation of NEI. It's a song about being grateful that we were able to meet each other, and the love born from that first encounter. It kicking off day 1 of the live was just perfect too, like saying, "Thank you for supporting us all this time. It was thanks to your love that we could be here." I imagine there are probably people who had only listened to the song once before and never again. There were also probably many people who had never even heard the song before. My friend sitting next to me sure hadn't. So I'm really glad it was performed and so many people are able to see and hear it now. It really was the perfect song to set the stage for the concert.
Before moving to the next song, I should mention they held a survey some months before the live in which fans could suggest songs to be performed basing on duo, trio and quintet member configurations, as well as leaving a message regarding your feelings for the franchise, Namco Pro All-Stars as a whole, or any individual idol. After the eye ended, the screen lit up with an animation regarding that survey showing the next song would be performed by a trio, then which members would compose that trio, followed by the text "and the number is..." Puchimas! Oh man, this one was so hype, and it was the very first time ever it was being performed live. With the way the crowd was locked on, it didn't even feel like it was the first time it was being performed. In the archive you can hear quite well the loud "Hi, hi, hi" calls, but the archive didn't catch the other calls that well, like the Mitai. But me and a bunch of other people were doing those calls as well. But yeah, so proud to have been there for its first live performance. Undoubtedly, one of the highlights of day 1. Another one that got performed live for the first time ever in this concert, after 13 years of its release. Out of the songs from the Perfect Idol album series, it is definitely the one I'd listened to the least, so I don't have much of an emotional attachment to it. But it is a very soothing, relaxing kind of song, and the choreography was pretty cute. So, yeah, I'm glad to have experienced its first ever live performance. For the next MC section, and also the one in the following block, they read some of those messages I mentioned that you could submit in the survey. They're all very sweet and sometimes funny, and they did a great job picking messages from producers of all eras of Namco Pro. From producers that have been around since the very start in 2005, to producers that fell in love with the All-Stars girls through Mirishita this decade, with a few of those messages mentioning some pieces of media that are hardly ever acknowledged today, such as the Relations manga and the Music Groove Mixed Reality Lives, to name a few. But there's no individual message I would like to single out. At least, not yet. Miracle Night was never a contender for one of my favorite All-Star songs, so when it started here, I didn't have any crazy reaction to it, but I remember being struck when it reached this point in the song. It wasn't a dream, this Miracle Night. It wasn't a dream. It is a very upbeat song, but it also has this tenderness to it that really gets to you on an emotional level. And this lineup with some of the warmest voices in Namco Pro complemented it incredibly well. I don't recall crying at the venue, but now every time I listen to the song after experiencing it live, it gets me pretty emotional.
NEI left me with a lot of wonderful memories, but the moment that really struck me the most was Miracle Night. The song first came out in 2016 as part of Platinum Star's DLC, with the full version of the song released 2 weeks later. I still remember watching the in-game MV back then and immediately falling in love with the song. So back to the live itself, I vividly remember sitting on the 7th floor when the song started, completely taken in by how beautiful the entire stage was that time. And as a producer who has been a fan since high school, I have always wanted to attend an IMAS live, and now that I'm finally able to make it, with NEI being my very first one, I remember getting overwhelmed with emotion when the chorus came in, saying Yume Janai Kono Miracle Night, because in that moment I knew it was not a dream at all. It truly was a miracle night, finally being there after wanting it for so long.
This was one of the survey picks, and the moment they showed those two on screen, the crowd went crazy. Kami and Judy simply exude charisma. Those two together are pure joy. Doing the calls for this one was extremely fun, and so was waving the pen lights left and right during the chorus. Now, whenever I listen to the song, I always instinctively wave my arms left and right. For a moment there, I was even considering the possibility of Shacho himself showing up in person for that bit in the song. That would have been insane.
Idol was my first Idolmaster concert, and I initially decided that I would attend because they announced that Juri Takeda, Kotori's voice actress, would be performing, and that's not always a given. A couple months before the concert, they released a fan survey. You could make your own set list, and they would take suggestions from the set list and put them in the main show. So the very first thing I put in my fan suggestions was a duet between Ritsuko and Kotori performing iDOL, which is my favorite Kotori song, I would say. It's a very Idolmaster, it's very unique. You wouldn't really hear anything like it anywhere else. And then on day one of the concert, I'm sitting in the middle rows and they flash Kotori and Ritsuko's key art, and I'm already like smiling. This is like perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. And then the music started and it was iDOL, and my smile would have been ear to ear. Like I probably almost cried with how happy I was that they picked the exact thing that I asked for first. They even put in new lines with Hochu Otsuka, and they had new banter and dialogue and a great joke at the end, and all of it was just exactly what I wanted from an Idolmaster Live. So that's why that was easily the most memorable song for me, and it was big.
In the archive you can see the UOs being cracked as soon as the song starts in a wide shot of the arena. Eden is just that powerful, man. And I myself got super hyped when I noticed Asapon was in this lineup, and she nailed this song, man. It's a good showcase of how she's also a beast in cooler songs. Everyone here was great. I'm glad they did this alternate lineup for this song instead of going with Orimen, but I feel they need to praise particularly Asapon because I'm biased, and also Chia King. She's just way too fucking good, man. The way she always adds some vibrato to her delivery always gets me. I'm also pretty sure this was the first song I cracked some UOs in this live, right before the last chorus, when everyone also cracks UOs and the whole arena is lit up in orange. What a hype song. Here's something you gotta know about me in Starlit season songs. I never really cared to check them out, so the first time I ever listened to some of its songs was during lives. Sunrich Colorful was the first time I listened to Idol Heart, Hotchpotch 2 was the first time I listened to Kawaii Wars, and Never an Idol was the first time I listened to 3 Starlit songs, the first one being the opener of the third block, Dance Dance Dance. I know this one is one of the most popular songs from that game, so this might be a bit of a hot take, but I don't really get the hype behind this song. It's a good song, don't get me wrong, can't go wrong with some Taco Inoue, but it kinda strikes me as a lesser Miracle Night, which we just got to see performed. So I personally would have swapped this song for something else. During this song, I also started to get a bit worried that we'd only be getting group songs, since we were already in the third block of the live and we still hadn't gotten a single solo, which was something I really wanted. I even made an image with the solos I wanted to see performed the most for each girl. So that worry, coupled with the fact it was the first time I was listening to Dance Dance Dance, kinda took me out of the vibe for a bit. That feeling, however, thankfully didn't last long. The moment this one started, I'm fairly confident. The first thought that crossed my mind was, holy shit! Einhard and Umigoop must be losing their shit right now, because they are the 2 biggest Hangetsu stans I've ever met. But man, what a special song this is. I don't think I got emotional at the venue, but rewatching it in the archive was simply impossible. If you follow Azumin's Twitter or ever checked her blog, you know she's the biggest Makoto fangirl in the world. So I can only imagine how special it must have been to be able to perform this song live with Hiromin. And Hiromin herself looked pretty emotional during the last chorus. It almost felt like she was almost tearing up there. So it's very clear how much of an important song this is for both of them. And it ending with both of them holding hands. Something interesting that happened next day regarding this song is that I traded P-cards with a Japanese producer that was handing out some little pamphlets for Halftone with the calls for that song. And even though I only got it on day 2, his effort definitely paid off. He must have freaked out hard when that song started. And I even had a quick exchange with him, saying, Kino halftone, Kyo, Project Fairy des, realize. So, like, yesterday we got halftone, today we'll be getting Project Fairy, baby, realize! And he was like, hi, realize! So that was a fun interaction, and also a fun prediction. But that's a story for the next day.
Never End Idol. Man, honestly, if you ask me about it, it's pretty impossible for me to put it into words, because those 2 were the most impossible and surreal days to me. In simple words, it was beyond all my expectations in everything. The mere fact of having the entrance ticket with my seat number on my hands made me shake already of anxious, and day 1 it was wonderful. The moment that I can't forget is a halftone. It did catch me off guard. I didn't think that they were going to perform halftone, but man, it was so beautiful for me. I have to admit that I did cry out of the emotion on Masterpiece, but personally for me, Day 2 takes the first place, honestly. Just for the reason that they performed a lot of my personal favorites songs. The moment that I really can't forget about Day 2, it's lights goes off, there's complete silence in the arena, and suddenly the doorbell, and I realized that it was Agent Yoroyuku, and I just lost it right there on that exact moment. I do have to say that it was an amazing experience for me, because I know myself, I am a really quiet and shy person about everything, and until today it's really hard for me to believe that I was interacting with another producers about something that we both like so casually. So I'm really grateful about those interactions that I have. To all the producers that cross paths with me, even in the smallest interaction, even if you remember me or not, probably you will not remember. But thanks to all of them. Really thanks for making me those 2 the most greatest day of my life.
Being a Starlit season song, this was the first time I listened to it, and it was also the first time it was ever performed live. Unlike Dance Dance Dance, I really enjoyed my time with this one. I would even go so far as saying it was one of my highlights of day 1. What an energizing song this is, man, made even stronger with its incredibly fun choreography and with this lineup, especially Kami and Asapon. They lift everyone's spirits up with their silly shenanigans on stage, like Asapon doing the motion as if she's throwing water on Kami, which makes her drop to the ground defeated. And thankfully they had the calls on stage, so I was able to shout them very loudly along with everyone else. I had such a blast with this song, man. Again, one of the absolute highlights of the live for me. For as iconic as Voyager has become, I cannot recall what I was doing or what I felt with this song live. I told you, man, some memories simply get erased extremely quickly. I think the only faint recollection I have is seeing the whole arena lit orange with UOs during the last part of the song, but I can't remember if I cracked one myself. But rewatching the archive, it made me appreciate this performance a lot, especially the rap, which, let's be honest here, no one can come close to how the Cyan boys do it. But this lineup here did a pretty good job, especially with how expressive they were. And speaking of this lineup, what a great lineup! The main trio plus Project Fairy and Makoto. Sick! After this song we got a brief MC segment where they mentioned they'd be doing a non-stop medley. Some weeks earlier, a Side M live was also held on K Arena, and it made the rounds how that live had a huge medley that was fully non-stop, like an hour or so with no breaks at all, no rest, many producers saying how insane it was, how tired they were after it was finally over. So when Aki mentioned we'd be getting a non-stop medley now, well, bring it on! we're ready.
I'm ready, I'm ready 始めようやればできるきっと絶対私なんだわ
November 25th, 2019, around 6:30 p.m. was the first time I listened to the opening of the iDOLM STER anime, Ready. That was the moment my entire life trajectory changed. The moment that put me on a journey that would eventually lead me to this arena in Japan, where I would experience the song that kickstarted it all live. Not only that, I would also experience myself in the flesh, the performance from the last episode of the show, the medley that combined both of its openings. Words really can't describe the amount of gratitude I feel for having been able to experience this in person. I did the iconic Ready calls, man. And the craziest thing is that this is the first time they ever performed this specific medley of Ready and Change from episode 25. So I genuinely believe experiencing these songs in this form was even better than if I had experienced them in their full form separately. It holds an extremely special meaning due to its association with the anime. I doubt I'll ever be able to watch that scene again without crying anymore. And as you know, I can't show footage from the live, but I sync this performance with the one from episode 25, and I'm fairly confident the live editing was rehearsed to be as close as possible to the scene from that episode, because many of the camera cuts sync perfectly with what happens in that scene, down to stuff like cutting to editing in the same spot they cut to Haruka in that scene. So they definitely watched this episode many times as reference.
My first concert was Cinderella Girls' 4th back in 2016. While I was riding the hype of Cinderella Girls and their newly released Mobage at the time, I was a fan of Namco Pro through and through. I remember listening to the songs and being excited for the anime, the excitement of the wave of the releases when One for All was releasing, but I never thought I would be able to have a full Namco Pro concert. But then Never End Idol was announced, and I, of course, had to be there. And thankfully I wasn't alone. My friends from university who also were into IMES were there with me, and it felt like fulfilling a dream I never thought I could do it back in Peru. I'm a Hibiki P from the start. I've been drawn to her charisma and energy, as well as her hardworking nature. And now that I have started a life far from my hometown around 7 years ago now, I understand her much better. And Never End Idol was going to be the first live where I would see Manami Makura live. There are so many moments in my memory, from the start with iDOLM STER, finally listening to Miracle Night Live, Shiawase Recipe, Next Live, of course Kirame Kirari, Masterpiece of course. I couldn't believe I was finally listening to songs like Little Match Girl, Shiny Smile, Go My Way in concert. And of course, I can't forget the special moments with Yakusoku and Curtain Call. But the moments I think I have close in my heart are seeing the jump new beat when singing Ready, just like the opening. Finally seeing that with my own eyes, it was incredible. And my most memorable moment was Ippai Ippai. Me and my friends agreed that those 2 days, Naomi Wakebayashi was pretty much the star of the life, how she was enjoying herself through and through, and that energy was definitely shared with the crowd, and Ippai Ippai was the peak of excitement. When I left the arena, I couldn't believe what just happened those hours, and it felt like everything made sense, and a promise that I made to my young self was fulfilled.
After I got home from my trip, I watched the live archive to write down some notes in Portuguese about every song, which is what I'm using as reference for this entire section. But I was so moved when I was writing down the notes for Kirame Kirari that I'll just read them as is. É difícil de se emocionar durante o show quando você tá tão focado na energia dessa música e nas calls. Mas agora, revendo o archive, cara, bah, tô chorando pra caralho, bicho. Eu tava ali no meio desse mar laranja, fazendo as calls com toda a energia do mundo. A música mais uplifting da franquia é uma das que mais me emociona, porque ela simboliza tudo o que há de melhor nessa franquia, essa energia que envolve todos os fãs, que ilumina todos eles com o brilho mais ofuscante, o brilho da vida. Eu nem sei o que eu tô falando mais, cara. Só amo demais essa música e mal consigo acreditar que eu vivenciei ela ao vivo 2 vezes. Yeah, there's a reason why this was the Yayoi song I wanted to hear the most. It's not only my favorite Yayoi song, but one of my top 5 favorite Idolmaster songs ever.
Never End Idol was not my first Idolmaster concert, but it was my first 765 All-Stars concert, which is my favorite branch, obviously, because Hibiki is my favorite. And I was really lucky day one, and I got put in the front section by the stage. It was the very last row of the front section, but it was still right over by the stage. It was really cool. And for day 2, I was all the way in the back, though, which was pretty funny. And I don't know, people overreact. The back is not that bad. And I really wanted to buy some merchandise at the venue, so I showed up early on day 1. And even though the merch stand had just opened, nearly everything was already sold out. And there was still a huge line. I don't know what everyone was waiting on. Like, there's literally nothing left. I got there like 8 hours early. And so I had a lot of time to kill. So there was a lot of malls in this area by K Arena, so I went into one of those and there was a bookstore that had this whole Idolmaster display with all their merchandise that they had, like all the Idolmaster manga, etc. And also at K Arena they have these little drink stands around the venue. So for this one they came with Uchiwa with the characters on it, and it was like you just got a random one. So I was planning on buying a bunch of them, hoping to get Hibiki, but I got Hibiki on the first one, and then I got another drink later in the day, and it was also Hibiki. When the actual concert started on day 1, it was so crazy because I was so close. You could see the voice actors right there. You know, when you're in the front, half the time you can't see anything, but when you can see, you can really see. But I've liked Idolmaster since I was about 8 or 9. I don't really remember, but I saw screen recordings of Live For You on YouTube, and I became really interested and I wanted to learn more, and I got the games even though I could barely read Japanese at that point. I was playing Idolmaster 2, no clue what was happening when I was like 10. So I was really happy that I finally got to see the voice actors so close up. About the actual performance and stuff, when Kina Mekirari happened on day 1, the guy next to me gave me a UO and was like, "You need this!" As soon as it started, he already had it ready. I don't know if he just like accidentally opened up 2 or something. Anyway. And then both days, as soon as the concert was over, I zoomed out of there because getting out of K Arena when everyone else is trying to get out is the worst. I learned my lesson earlier with the Side M 10th anniversary concert a couple weeks earlier. Also, you might see me on the Blu-ray. I don't know what footage they'll use and how different it'll be from what they use in the live stream. But when they asked on day 1, they asked like, "Who's here from overseas?" And they put me up on the screen when they said that, so you might see me. I don't know. If you see some white lady, that's probably me. There wasn't that many of them, so it was probably me. Yay, thanks.
The meme is real. When the beat of this song started right after Kira Mekirari, I already recognized it right away. I was like, no shit, there's no way she'll perform this. And then the melody starts, the whole crowd goes, "Ah!" Then she starts singing it like a robot, and everyone laughs their asses off. It was so good. Like, yeah, it's obviously this was a meme peak, which, you know, for a girl like Chihaya that has arguably the best selection of solos from any All-Stars girl, it is kind of a waste that she's choosing to perform this instead. In fact, I know some Chihaya piece that got a bit upset with this choice, but man, this is simply priceless. It is the perfect embodiment of Mingosu herself. Of course, one of the silliest and most chaotic-minded seiyus of the All-Stars girls picked the meme song as one of the solos she wanted to perform. Of course, she's fully aware of the Mecha Chihaya meme and how much people make fun of her version of the song. So yeah, sorry, this is nothing short of incredible for me. It was simply impossible to not have a big smile on your face while she performed this. Even the interaction before she started singing was so good. Nigo asking her, "Are you really going to sing this song?" and then proceeding to do the high touch. Simply perfection. Such a lovely feel-good song, man, and it was one of my most wanted Hibiki solos too. I don't remember my reaction well, but I'm pretty confident I turned to Jacob and was like, "Oh, Hibiki's Pucci solo!" And that ending with Haramin joining and eating loose food, man, it was so fucking precious. Especially when you know just how close those two are since they got their roles together in SP. When it comes to the most important themes for Hibiki as a character, family is perhaps the biggest one. And I think this is one of the songs that best represents Hibiki's more homely side, her inviting aura as this girl who always does her best to make people feel like they're at home. Sorry, this video isn't meant to be about my analysis of how fitting each song is for each idol. That's a story for another upcoming video. But yeah, I really like this song, so I just wanted to add that.
10 years ago, growing up in Canada, loving the Idolmaster was a really lonely experience for me. But I'm glad that I discovered it because chasing after the Idolmaster and communities and people who understood and accepted me has given me so many unique experiences, whether it's, opening my first fan server or living in Japan, helping to translate Ami's route in the Idolmaster One for All, or hosting an Offkai. All of these unique experiences are treasures that I owe to Idolmaster. It was at Never End Idol that I realized I was never really alone, because there were all these other fans always watching alongside with me. Getting to feel a part of that really made me feel like I'd arrived at my destination. One of my favorite memories at the live, other than the set list, was Hasegawa-san mentioning Puchimas. I feel like nowadays non-Japanese fans have so many ways to interface with the Idolmaster, but I wanted to explain that Puchimas is special to me because 10 years ago there weren't many ways for people abroad to engage with the Idolmaster aside from the anime. It was really just Idolmaster Mana and Puchimas. So I hope that Puchimas is as much of a special memory for the seiyus as it is for me.
I know there's a lot of talk if this song fits Takane or not, but it's impossible to deny just how iconic Flower Girl is. And I couldn't have been any happier to be able to experience this banger alive. This banger live, but alive as well. Inhale. Anatagasuki! I must admit, this one is on the lower end of my Yukiho song ranking, so I don't have much to say about it other than it's a really cute song and Azumi was simply unbelievably cute performing it, so that's a win in my book. This is a song I never really cared about until I started watching live. Otona no Hajimari is a completely different beast when performed live, with how much participation the crowd has in it, and with a certain performer always elevating it to the next level, a woman called Asami Shimoda. Asapon's performance of the song from the 9th live is one of the best performances of any Idolmaster live. She conducts the crowd the way she sees fit, with her insane charisma to the point the song basically became associated with her. For all intents and purposes, Otona no Hajimari is an Amimomi solo, so of course she was the one performing it at Never End Idol, but she wasn't alone this time, because they put Kami together with her. What a stroke of genius combining these two seiyus known for their silly antics in this song, and it pays off like instantly because the moment the song starts, Asapon instantly lies herself on the floor and gracefully strikes a sexy pose, while Kami tries to copy her but she just throws herself to the ground in a hilarious way. Their dynamic, their charisma, their over-the-top expressiveness is the perfect fit for this song. They couldn't have chosen a better duo for it. I'm extremely glad I got to experience this one live. I had a huge smile on my face the entire time. I had such a blast doing its calls, and now every time I listen to the song, I get a bit emotional with the chorus because it instinctively makes me wave my arms left and right just like I did that day with my yellow and green pen lights. Cute? I really have nothing to say about this one. This is one of my favorite All-Stars anthems ever, mainly because of its use in the first episode of the anime. It's almost impossible for me to not get emotional with this line. So color me surprised when, some days after the live, I catch myself thinking, wow, I don't remember how I felt during The World Is All One. If that's one of my favorite songs, how come that's possible? Then when I watched the archive after I got home, I understood why. The cut they performed was way too short. 2 verses and the chorus, and that's it? That short version does not do justice to such an important anthem. You can barely feel its energy that way. It lessens the impact of that song extremely hard, kinda just ends abruptly after just a single chorus. But I do love the fact that the lineup here is referencing the manga titled after this song, its main unit, Sprout. I only read the manga after the concert, but it's such a good piece of work. If in an alternate reality we got an anime adaptation of this manga instead of what was anima's, I feel it would have been just as beloved. And speaking of beloved, the author of this manga actually tweeted about this performance and retweeted a bunch of fan tweets mentioning the manga, showing how even after more than a decade, it still holds a special place in his heart. So seeing Sprout finally come to life after all these years and perform the theme song for the manga was very moving for him. And that really makes me wish they had performed this song fully during the first few blocks instead. It really deserved a full performance. The short version unfortunately feels like a disservice to such a special song. In August 2024, I made a thread called Songs That'll Make Me Go Ballistic Apeshit Crazy if they're performed at the 2025 All-Stars Live and I'm there at the venue. And this was one of my picks. So, did I go ballistic apeshit crazy? Well, not really, but it was still hype as fuck. The song is just pure chaotic fun. And someone did go ballistic apeshit crazy, you know who? Asapon, with her deranged "Aishiteruze" scream, which echoed inside my head for the remainder of the trip and will forever be burned in my mind. It was glorious, dude. The moment she let that out, I went crazy together like, yeah! After that song, as it turns out, the non-stop medley would actually have a stop midway through. The All-Star Seiyus didn't want to kill its fans with exhaustion, so they did a brief MC segment for everyone to rest a bit and drink some water. During this MC, they also interacted a bit with the crowd to ask some questions, like if this was someone's first All-Stars Live, if someone planned to attend Masters of the Idol World 2025, if someone had attended the very first live back in 2006, which some people did, the absolute OGs, and most importantly, if someone from overseas was present in the crowd. Unfortunately, I think me and Jacob were chatting about something else the moment Chia King asked about that. I remember even going like, wait, did she ask about Kaigai piece? And Jacob was like, not sure. So yeah, we missed our chance. But
I suppose I'll get my chance another day.
during that whole MC, the iconic BGM Town was playing in the background. And I was wondering the whole time, man, we will get to do the which is sort of a fan tradition whenever they play this song in any event, such as in the break during the incredible medley of the 7th All-Stars Live, which, now that I think of it, seems to have been a huge inspiration for this live, because they were basically repeating the same format, a medley, then a short break with Tao, then the rest of the medley, and the 7th Live also had an extended stage with a runway, which was the inspiration for the climax of the movie, which in turn was the inspiration for the Never End Idol stage. But going back to Tao, yes, after asking those questions to the crowd, editing invited everyone to join together and do the iconic which is another one of the billion things I'm so grateful to have experienced live. Try not to cry. Idol Master Challenge. The moment they play Sora, it's over. There isn't a single All-Stars fan who doesn't get moved with this song. It not only is Kotone's most recognizable solo, it's one of the most defining songs in the entire All-Stars discography. So of course it was my top pick for the Kotone song I wanted to see the most in this live, and my reaction to it was the one shared by everyone else inside that venue. Crying through most of the song, even while singing it together with Judy, which is a staple of Sora live performances, getting the whole crowd to sing the chorus together, which makes the song even more special and emotional, all heightened by Judy's comforting voice. It's another one of those songs where everyone cracks UOs when the song slows down for the last chorus, so seeing all those bright orange lights getting raised together made for a beautiful sight for this beautiful song. And the icing on the cake was everyone in unison singing Rainbow, while the lights on the stage formed a rainbow.
Sora was one of the very first songs I'd ever heard from the Idolmaster series, even before I became a producer proper, and to this day is my all-time favorite solo song from the whole series. The song's lyrics are all about following your heart, having faith in yourself, and living life to the fullest, because ultimately, no matter what happens, life goes on. I wouldn't say this is anything special lyrically for an Idolmaster song, especially in 2025 when the series has quite literally had over 1,000 songs released since. But they really take on a whole new meaning for me personally, considering my own experience with Never End Idol. I've been an on and off producer for about 10 or 11 years now, but Never End Idol marked not just my first time in Japan for an Idolmaster event, but my very first time in Japan period, and also my very first time traveling overseas by myself. For years I was never particularly interested in the live event side of the series, but after watching 2015's Masters of Idol World 5 years after its initial performance in 2020, I was enamored with them. More so than any other branch of the series, I've always been a biggest fan of the Namco Pro All-Stars, so I really wanted to see them perform someday in person. When Never End Idol was announced, I knew I had to do like Sora says to do, and I went all out and living my life to the fullest. Maybe it wasn't the best financial decision to randomly go to Japan in the middle of the summer, but I followed my heart. Without following my heart, I would have never been able to meet with so many other producers. I would have never designed my own producer card from scratch. I would have never been able to go to a post-live Yakuniku drinking party with fellow gaijin producers, and I would have never been able to have so many small moments of kindness with Japanese producers through the language barrier. And of course, I would have never experienced the absolutely amazing experience that is an Idolmaster Live. I would have never experienced the absolute amazing performances of the 13 women who built the Idolmaster from all those years ago. Part of the reason I even decided to make the trek in the first place was just because all of Namco Pro All-Stars Plus was going to be performing. Emphasis on the plus. I think a number of the Namco Pro voice actresses like Erika Nakamura and Asami Imai garner a strong amount of support in the West, but Juri Takeda, who voices Kotori Otonashi, is definitely someone who tends to go a bit more under the radar. This isn't exactly surprising, given that she's not often in the limelight and doesn't even voice an idol proper, instead voicing Namco Pro's office lady. However, I think a lot of her contributions to the series have unfortunately been buried beneath time to a lot of overseas producers, because back in Namco Pro's quote-unquote peak years, she regularly performs with the rest of the cast, no different from any other member, to the point where she would even serve as the lead MC for certain lives herself. Getting to see her shine on stage, whether that be through her solo performances of Sora and Tsubasa, her group songs like iDOL and Watashi wa Aidoru, or her just getting to sing the full cast songs along her 12 idol mates, was really one of the best parts of the whole event to me. Personally, just as the end-game unit of the Namco Pro All-Stars is made up of 13 idols, I think the real-life version of Namco Pro All-Stars is also made up of 13 voice actresses, with Juri Takeda being just as important as anyone else. Of course, for my first live, Sora was hardly my one singular highlight. I was able to lead my block's calls for I'm Yours, did the full pin-like color rotation for the final part of Colorful Days, was totally overwhelmed with emotion during Yakusoku, did so many calls on day 1 that my voice gave out on day 2, and I had to guzzle down a ton of throat lozenges I think I've had in my travel backpack since maybe middle school, only to immediately go 101% on day 2's calls to the point where I didn't have my voice for maybe a full 2 weeks after the live, to singing along with everyone else in the arena to Masterpiece on day 2, the one song that made me truly fall in love with live Idolmaster events in the first place. There were so many amazing moments, and I really cannot imagine it going any better than it did. Just an absolutely fantastic event from start to finish.
This was one of the biggest surprises of the live for me. When it started, I was like, holy shit, there's no way they're performing this song, because I really wasn't expecting songs from the Million Live discography. But I'm glad I was wrong, because good lord, what a spine-chilling performance. 3 vocal goddesses together, in which every line they sang gave me goosebumps, with a special shout out to Chia King here. What a powerful voice, man. I know I keep saying this about her, but yeah, it's just that powerful. And also that final line that Haramin sang. So much emotion put into that delivery.
As a JRP, it's almost sacrilegious to say in a set list with Yakusoku and Aoitori that the standout moment for me would definitely be the performance of Fermata in Rhapsodia. AS has no shortage of incredible singers, but these 3 are definitely divas of their own right, and experiencing their harmonized voices has been on my bucket list since I experienced Eternal Harmony in Hodgepodge Festival, and it certainly didn't disappoint. Personally, this was the song I most wanted to hear in 2020, and even prepared to go for the release event, buying 20 copies of the CD. Alas, the virus denied that, and I have been itching to hear it ever since. Mingose has been known to be a powerful singer, but she also excels at harmonizing and backing vocals, having demonstrated that countless times with Harami in their solo careers and twice in IMAS, duetting with Kuroazu and Cody in the past. Once again, she mesmerized me with her versatility and took turns leading the vocals with the other 2 queens a la Kalafina. Grand, exquisite, incredible, but definitely a touch short. We could have had a full version, otherwise one of the most epic 2.5 minutes in my life.
So before the live started, me and Jacob were talking about the songs we wanted to see the most in this live, and one of Jacob's picks was Discord area. I was like, nah, there's no way, buddy, that's not happening. Lo and behold, it actually happened. And what a fucking performance, dude. Kami's performance here shows how the fact she's nearly 50 years old doesn't mean shit. This woman is cracked out of her mind. Like, this is not an easy song to sing. The lyrics are incredibly fast-paced, there's little room for breathing, and she slayed it while still dancing energetically and doing her usual theatrics on stage. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. It's a flawless showcase of how talented this woman is. And I don't want to end this on a low note, but I just need to mention how I wish they turned off the backing vocals during lives, because they really get in the way of the actual singing in some songs, and this was one of them for some of its sections. Like, the backing vocals were louder than Kami's voice in some bits. I imagine that'll get fixed in the Blu-ray, but I genuinely think they should just disable backing vocals altogether during lives.
Never End Idol was a magical experience for me. I enjoyed hanging out and taking pictures in the center where they have the banner of the portraits of all AS idols. I also have fun trading business cards with other producers in K Arena, and I'm totally impressed with all the creativity in their business cards. I went in there extremely excited as I can feel the energy as we enter. That energy only grew stronger, which made me more excited for the live. Before the live, there was a segment where they flashed all the names of the producers, and I'm proud of having my name in there. When the live comes on, I was really enjoying that moment. It felt like it went by in a flash. While everything was enjoyable, the greatest moments for me, in which I'm very biased in, was on the first day when I get to hear Discord area. It totally caught me off guard, and I totally didn't expect that at all. Turns out that it's the next song they released to be playable in Million Live Theater Days. And as for the second day, it was the one thing that I wanted to hear live, the one and only, Ippai Ippai. This song is special to me as it is the first song I have ever heard from Ritsuko. It lives rent-free permanently in my head. The energy it brings to the rhythm is on another level. I popped out on my UOs and we were cheering and calling our hearts out for that entire song. It's the culmination of everything that I've worked for. Getting to hear it live for the first time was the greatest payoff for me as a Ritsuko yet. It's still vivid in my memory and I will treasure it as long as I live.
The next song started with this sweet piano melody we had never heard before. We saw Aki entering the stage and I remember even talking to Jacob, What song is this? And then... The crowd erupted. Goosebumps all over my body. Instant adrenaline rush. This is an incredibly powerful song due to its association with Miki's shining moment from the anime. The moment my respect for her skyrocketed during my first watch. And ever since then, the song always gives me chills whenever I listen to it. This time, it was no different. I was genuinely crying by the last chorus, raising my cracked walls with everyone else in the arena that was completely lit in orange with shades of green. Aki's voice is incredibly vigorous, man. Whenever she sings serious songs like this, you can feel the impact deep in your soul. And no Miki song impacts me as much as this one. It's another one I'm incredibly grateful to have experienced live in person.
Before the concert, I didn't actually know that much about Idolmaster. I had a friend who had been a long-time fan and he would tell me about it over the years, and when they announced Never End Idol, he told me that he wanted to go, and I thought, hey, that sounds like a fun trip, and I basically invited myself along. It was about a month before the trip where I finally buckled down and started studying for it, so I watched the anime first, and then I listened to as many All-Stars songs as I could. We also watched some of the older lives, including the 9th anniversary, which really set me up to cry when they did Yakusoku. Since I didn't know too many of the newer songs, the first day started a little bit weaker for me, but once it got to the solo section, I was fully into it. Day 2 was a complete 10 out of 10 the whole way through. Almost every song was great, and I was having so much fun the whole time. There were so many great songs, but if I had to pick one, it would probably be Realize. When the 961 logo popped up, I got so excited, I was just thinking, please do Overmaster, please do Overmaster, please don't do that new K-pop song. And when it started, I realized I've never heard this before, but I could instantly tell that I was gonna like it. The crowd got so loud and everyone was jumping along to it. It was probably the best energy I felt for the whole live. And even though I didn't know what any of the calls were, it was so easy to just get into it and have a good time. The other big one for me that I think of is when they did Marionette no Kokoro. I was so confused when they were playing that backing track at the start, and I feel like everyone else was too. But then once the first few notes of the actual song played, everyone in the crowd went crazy, and I still think of those cheers now whenever I listen to the song by myself. Never End Idol was such a great experience, even though I was probably the newest fan that was there. I'll always remember how fun the concert was, and also how fun it was to hang out with people afterwards for dinner and the next couple of days. Of course, the first thing I did when I got back home was go play SP and go play OFA, so now I think I can call myself a real fan as well.
So, one of my favorite Makoto songs is one of her two Puchima solos. It's actually the Makoto solo I wanted to see the most during this live. And then, for Makoto's Day 1 solo pick, Hiromi actually performed one of her Puchima solos. The other one! The one I wanted was Taisetsu Nahito, but instead she performed Yoidon. You can make this shit up, dude! But it's also a great song, very good vibes, a nice showcase of Makoto's cute side. I like seeing Hiromin perform it, for the first time ever by the way. In the months leading up to Never End Idol, I was playing a lot of One for All, and I almost finished the Mummy DLC route before the trip. So because of that, Hokago Jump was quickly becoming my favorite Mummy song. It is a song that perfectly encapsulates all her energy and mindsets, and it's one of those songs that always gets me emotional despite being an upbeat and energetic song. So it was the #1 song I wanted to see being performed live during this concert. Instead, we got Jamie. In hindsight, this was 100% the right choice. I must resist the urge of writing a whole essay here about the song. Trust me, I will have the opportunity to do that soon. But Jamie is the most important song in Mummy's discography, and the one that not only defines her the best as a character, but also in a meta sense, in the way she's perceived by the fans. As we all know, Mummy was originally basically the same character as Ami. They just had mirrored hairstyles, and you couldn't even choose to produce Mummy. That changed during Second Vision. Mummy got a redesign that is the biggest glow up for any character in any media ever, and she became producible individually in the Idol Master 2. As such, she also got her first individual solo, not shared with Ami, and in the lyrics of that song she talks about her appeal and her efforts in trying to stand out by herself now that she wasn't under her sister's shadow anymore. It's a song in which Mummy basically does her best to convince people to produce her, and that song is Jamie. I always liked this song a lot, but experiencing it at NEI is what truly made me realize its importance to Mummy and also to myself. Hearing its guitar intro nowadays is enough to make me start bawling like a baby, and now it's impossible to not hear Asapon saying Jamie at the start of that intro, and also impossible to not think of me going hi, hi, hi as loudly as I could right after that intro. I'm pretty confident I was the one to lead the calls in my block. With Eden, we had Asapon showing her cool side. With Natsu no Bang and Otona no Hajimari, we saw her silly side. And now with Jamie, we see her mellow side, showing just how much of a versatile performer this woman is. The tenderness in her voice during the verse before the guitar solo brings tears to my eyes like nothing else, which in turn is a good representation of how affectionate Mummy can be, as she's shown to display a caring side more often than Ami. A lot of people won't know right away what she's referring to, as they won't stay with her forever. They assume Mummy has no individuality, that she and Ami are one and the same and have the same personality even after First Vision. But I have stayed by her side long enough to know this isn't just some lyrics fluff that holds no meaning. No, underneath all that pranking and teasing, this is Mummy's core. She's an unpolished gem whose power to sparkle is very weak, and because of that she gets ignored by many people who are only looking for the sparkle of a diamond, just like she sings in the last chorus. and by this point in the performance, I was crying like a baby. With 2 cracked dguos in hand and my eyes full of tears, I sang together with Asapon the final line of the song. Yes, mommy, I found you, and I'll make sure to show everyone your power to sparkle, as is my duty as your producer. No matter how unpopular you may be, you'll always be my precious emerald, and your shine will always be much more beautiful than any diamond in the world. I might have not realized it at the moment in the venue, but experiencing this song live meant the world to me. It made Jamie become one of the most treasured songs in the whole Idolmaster discography to me. This to me was the most out of left field song in this whole concert. I'm fairly confident at least 80% of the venue either listened to the song once and forgot about it, like myself, or straight up didn't know it at all. I was honestly baffled with this choice. I remember the following days when discussing this live with friends, I kept constantly citing this song as one of the least memorable songs of the live. But after I watched the archive, I realized I was a bit too harsh with it. Yes, I still think the song isn't anything worth writing about, and I would have picked basically any other Yori solo in its place. But it is a sweet song. It fits Kugyu's delicate and soft-spoken personality really well. I don't think the song has many fans, but the ones it has probably were over the moon with the song being performed. I really doubt they ever expected it. Oh my god, fuck. Just starting to talk about the song is already getting to me. This is simply the song that wrecked me the most out of any song in this life. The moment it started, my eyes were already swelled up with tears. And through the entire song, I kept sobbing uncontrollably. I stood immobile, holding the purple penlight with my 2 hands in front of my chest, muttering some bits of the lyrics to myself, sometimes closing my eyes, and I just could barely see anything in front of me due to all the tears. I was genuinely trembling with how much I was crying. When the song ended, Jacob even gave me some pats in the back because he definitely saw how much of an emotional wreck I was through the whole song. Tonality is simply one of the most beautiful and emotionally charged songs in the whole Idolmaster discography. And there's a myriad of reasons for it to be as powerful as it is. One of the main reasons is the fact it is composed by Go Shina, the man known for his grandiose orchestral compositions. So just the instrumental itself already hits you deep in the soul. But the lyrics are also extremely poignant, being about a woman yearning for the love of her life to come back after he passed away. And it is sung by a classically trained singer with one of the most powerful vocals in all of Idolmaster. I bring up Chia King's being classically trained because that's a trait that isn't super apparent in the studio recording of this song. But live, she channels her inner opera singer to the fullest degree. You can feel the overflowing emotion from her singing, making it hit even harder. I will never forget the experience of having seen this song live. Even if it wasn't the full version, I should be thankful it wasn't the full version. There wouldn't be enough tears in my tear ducts to handle 5 minutes of non-stop crying.
As far as I'm concerned, Go Shina is arguably the greatest Idolmaster composer of all time. His compositions are all orchestral ballads, and each song feels perfectly tailored to the idol that's singing it. The way that he contrasts the low strings with the high brass in his instrumentation is masterful, and the harmonies give the music this sort of constant tension and resolution, which does really well at portraying a story. Tonari ni is no different. It is the quintessential Azusa song, and it's one of my favorite all-star songs. The chord progressions are so well crafted, and they're carefully chosen to describe an unfolding narrative, one of unrequited love. The fact that it's Azusa singing it just gives it so much emotional weight. Because it was my first time hearing Tonari ni live, I was tearing up throughout the entire song, and it's made even better by the fact that Chia King, who is one of the best vocalists in the franchise, is singing it. Her years of practice have made it so that she sounds just as good on stage as she does in any studio recording. It was an absolutely incredible 3 minutes of my life that I'll cherish forever.
ほら聞こえるよ変わらない君の声ずっとそばにいてね Let's go
Ever since Sunridge Colorful happened, I've been saying how I wanted to see I'm Yours being performed again, because that live didn't have calls thanks to COVID. So it must have been ungodly painful for the people who attended that live to not have been able to scream the "Oh yeah" during those parts of the song. That was my favorite performance in Sunridge. Editing had some insane stage presence during it. She was owning the stage with that mic stand in hand as if she was Freddie Mercury. So ever since then, I'm Yours became one of my favorite Haruka solos and the one I wanted to see the most at Never End Idol. So when this song started, right after Tonari ni had completely obliterated me, I had the most exasperated reaction. I was like, oh my god, wait, no, calm down, let me breathe, please! For a live called Never End Idol, it shouldn't be a surprise why editing chose to sing I'm Yours, with lyrics such as and it's a song that's deeply entrenched in the emotional connection the fans have to this franchise and their idols. So in a concert that's all about celebrating that 20-year journey, there couldn't have been a better song to symbolize all the bonds that were formed over those years and that will be formed in the years to come. And of course, there couldn't have been anyone better to sing such a song than Haruka Hamami herself, Eriko Nakamura. She really is the embodiment of Haruka. It's impossible to not smile with her smile, to not feel that warmth in your heart with her singing voice, to not get absorbed by her contagious energy on stage. An image that will forever be burned in my head is during the bridge before the last chorus, when she sings this line. And then she turns towards the audience, strikes a pose in the center of the arena, the spotlights shine on her, and everyone screams, Haruka! At that moment, it was as if time had stopped for me. I felt just like Mirai in that scene in the first episode of the Million Life anime. I didn't scream Haruka with everyone else because I was mesmerized with the sight of editing with her arms gracefully open towards the audience in the middle of the stage, basking in the sparkle of the spotlights, which, thanks to where I was seated, felt like she was facing me directly, like she was right in front of my eyes. Again, it's an image that I will never ever forget for the rest of my life. After that moment, while watching the archive, you can clearly notice in editing's face that she was on the verge of tears. You can tell how much being consumed by the whole arena, painted in red, cheering for Haruka, moved her. So she started singing even more enthusiastically than before, leading to one final "Oh yeah!" in which the crowd was much louder than with the first one. I usually reserve the term anthem to refer to group songs sung by all of the All-Stars girls, but I'm Yours is an exception to that rule. It is nothing short of an anthem for not only Haruka Peace, but all Stars fans as a whole. This performance was a prime example of pure synergy between the fans and the idol. And we don't need to be cynical here, right? Oh, Haruka is just a character she plays. She's just acting. The lyrics are just some parasocial bullshit. She doesn't even believe in what she's singing. Time and time again, it has been proven that for a bunch of seiyus, idolmaster roles are more than just another gig, another paycheck. And that is especially true for the All-Stars girls, since they've been performing as these characters for 2 decades now. So I've no single doubt in my mind that Eririn chose to perform I'm Yours because of how much she believes in its lyrics. She knows of Haruka's importance to her producers, and in this performance it became clear how our support means so much to her. It's exactly because of that genuine connection that goes both ways that this franchise is so special in the most personal level possible to so many people, and that connection will never end. After this whirlwind of emotions from Jamie to Tonari to I'm Yours, I have no recollection whatsoever of what I felt with this song. In fact, I don't even recall it being performed at all. When I was watching the archive and this song started, I was like, what the fuck, they played this? But yeah, I like the song, but it's not super memorable to me. It is quite obviously overshadowed by another particular song from the movie.
Since the beginning of the career as a producer, I always wanted to see Eriko live on stage with my own eyes, and so I got my first chance and managed to see her in Yokohama this summer, even if it was only during the day 1 performance. The entire time I was standing there waiting till the lights changed to red and I can let out all of these 2 years of Haruka in my heart. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm Yours wasn't exactly what I wanted to hear. Even so, I was cheering like never before. The energy with which she stood on that stage was absolutely overwhelming, and I'm happy that she could share some of that energy with me, even though I was sitting on the highest floor of the arena. After all, Haruka sees all the way to the back, doesn't she? It's a very sweet song, and I really do think that it was an exceptional fit not only to Haruka herself, but also the occasion of 20th anniversary. I now understand why she chose to perform this song, and I would never regret listening to it live. I'm grateful to have these memories, not only from the live itself, but also the community surrounding Aimas. I have never met so many great people before. The experience of making my own P-card and then exchanging them with other random people on the venue, going to Offkai with friends after the live and singing songs in elevators, putting light sticks into a beer and shouting "I'm a psycho" all over the place, and finishing it all off by going to karaoke with guys where I could finally sing that Otome yo Taishi wo Idake out loud. Later, I even managed to tour through few places that appeared in the 2011 anime and movie, including the hometown of Miss Amami. These all are memories I will quite literally never forget. I think that thanks to all of this, I won't drop Haruka anytime soon. Thanks to Vinny for letting me yap about Haruka for a few minutes, as well as all of these awesome people I met there, and especially Eriko and Haruka for existing. I hope to see you all at the 25th anniversary live. I'm a psycho!
Oh gosh, where to start? I suppose I could start with the high points. It was fun meeting all the new Ps, even the old ones, Menchi, Mitsuya, Casey. Certainly, definitely nice meeting Overmaster and the Yuki. Highlight of the live was probably getting baited into Yakusoku and dragging Koita to his first All-Stars live. I can't really think of any downsides other than the humidity and not being able to attend day 2, but overall it's been pretty fun. I hope that we can all meet up someday again for another live, hopefully.
I've got two strong memories with this one, and they're both from the end of this song. First is when I noticed the lighting would quickly change to the colors each girl mentioned, which really goes to show just how much care is put into the light work of these lives. I didn't bring up it in any other point, but it is definitely one of the aspects that made maybe such a visual spectacle to behold. There are so many moments where they do some crazy stuff with the lights. And the other incredible sight regarding this song was my privileged view of the moment the girls do the spiral swirling motion in front of the camera, just like in the games. I was in the middle of the venue, so I had a perfect view of the cameraman on stage recording them. In the archive, you can only see like 6 or 7 of the seiyus while the others are hidden, but thanks to my seat I could see them all perfectly doing the swirling. Another one of those images that will forever be burned in my head. Another detail I really love from this performance is that Judy was performing it live for the first time ever, and they gave her the line after everyone says their colors, Mina kire hidane, which translates to "they're all so pretty, aren't they?" which fits Kotone so perfectly. It's genius. The lights dimmed, the piano arrangement of Utamas from the anime started playing. That message showed up on the screen, and the girls appeared in the center of the stage with microphone stands in front of each one. Oh god, what awaits us here? And then they started reading letters from them to us. As I mentioned before, my Japanese is very basic, so while it was still emotive to experience that moment on stage, I didn't feel the full impact as I didn't understand most of what they were saying. But watching the archive while reading the translations, it hit hard. Midway through the reading, I started suspecting they were building up to a specific song. And when everyone had read their letters except for Mingosu, I knew. She finishes her letter saying, "Please keep watching over us on this endless path we walk. It's our promise." If you watched this video up until this point, you're most likely someone who's deeply familiar with the Idol Master. I don't need to explain you why this song is so meaningful to us, why simply hearing the first few piano notes of the song makes us start hyperventilating instantly. In fact, one of the most memorable parts of experiencing the song live was hearing people sniffing, like, all around me as soon as the song starts. I highly doubt there was a single soul inside that venue who wasn't crying. As for myself, I gotta admit I didn't cry as much as I expected me to. In December 2024, I rewatched the anime, and in episode 20 I had to pause the moment I heard the first 3 piano notes when the Yakusoku scene starts, because I simply started crying uncontrollably. It elicited such a visceral reaction, so I was expecting something similar if they performed that song live. But I guess everything that came before almost drained my tears completely, especially Tonari ni. But of course I cried, I was deeply moved. Again, it is physiologically impossible for an Idol Master fan to not cry with Yakusoku. And rewatching the performance at home, I cried even more. I feel the execution of this performance was nothing short of flawless, from the build-up with the letters to the fact they didn't try to force emotions out of us by having something like a very sentimental montage on screen. No, the screen was pitch black the whole time. The light work was very subtle. They knew the power of the song itself, and the delivery of the performers behind it was enough. And we can't go without talking about Mingosu here, right? how she was visibly emotional the whole thing through, to the point she couldn't even sing one of the last lines during the last chorus, but she still managed to hold that very last laugh for what felt like 20 seconds. Even though I didn't cry as much as I hoped I would, I experienced Yakusoku live, man. The song that transcends the realm of idol anime. The song, this transformative experience that changed the lives of so many Idolmaster fans forever. I was there, in person. See it being performed in front of my very eyes, doing the la 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 la, la 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 la, together with 20,000 other people, engulfed in a sea of blue pen lights. It's a song that everyone was expecting to show up in this live due to its context. It's a celebration of the bonds forged along those 20 years of history, and the promise that those bonds will never end. Fuck.
I've been going to Idolmaster Lives for some 10 years now, ever since Masters of Idol World 2015. Since then, I have hoped and hoped and hoped that each time I saw Namgo Pro perform live, I would see Yakusoku, because it represents such a huge emotional denouement for the series as a whole, especially for Chihaya. And I'm not even a Chihaya P. Somewhat symbolically, after going to concerts for 10 years, to have it thrust upon you so suddenly, I had thought it was never going to be performed, and I had made terms with that. And that moment where they're all reading the letters to the producer, I'm slowly building myself up to, oh, Chihaya is she's going to be the last one. And this is going to be her ballad. She hasn't done her ballad yet. I wonder what it's going to be. You know, in the back of my mind, maybe it's Yakusoku. At last, when she ends her letter with, Yakusoku desu, I was overcome with so much emotion. Like, I had finally earned this moment after so long. It's such an emotional release as a longtime producer and someone who loves this series, and all the people who I've met through it made it such a special experience. That is my number one experience from Never End Idol. There's many other highlights there. Asapon's boundless energy, and surprisingly, King's performance of Discord area was a total surprise. And lastly, was so happy after that day one performance to join all of the foreign producers for a huge uchiage where we all had yakiniku until our bellies were full, and we just gushed endlessly about the performance. So there's so many other moments, but yeah, Yakusoku is it's changed me. It's very important to me.
Oh man, and to think this wasn't the end of it yet. We still had an encore to go through. But first we had the announcement section with nothing much worth pointing out, other than Discord area being announced as the next main commune for Mirishita, which explains why it was performed. And also a series of videos with Makoto doing exercises to incentivize us to exercise together with her. I'm not sure about that girl, but yeah, that was cute. And just like that, it was time to wrap up day one of Never End Idol. Although this song plays a very important moment in the anime, and given how easily I get emotional with anything regarding the anime, you'd expect this would have made me cry a lot, but not really. In fact, this song doesn't really get me emotional at all. It's not particularly close to the top of my favorite All-Stars anthems. So after having my tears drained by everything up until this point, this song stood no chance in getting any emotional reaction out of me. But don't get me wrong, I don't dislike the song at all. I'm glad to have been able to watch it live, and I'm sure whenever I watch episode 25 of the anime again, it will hit me even harder now. It couldn't have been more obvious that this would be the final Encore song. The title of this live comes from this song, and if there's one song that's worthy of the title Anthem, it's this one. There's no song that feels as triumphant and celebratory as Masterpiece. And I experienced it live in person. I saw these women in the peak of my never-ending admiration for them, having a blast on stage singing it, hugging each other, doing silly things in front of the camera. In the archive there's a bit where the camera follows some of them from behind, and it's impossible to not get emotional with that beautiful image of them in a sea of penlights backdrop. And I was some of those penlights. And when they were returning from the runway to the main part of the stage, the seiyus held hands together in pairs, except for Asapo. Instead, she pretended to be holding hands with Ami in one hand and Mami in the other. I didn't notice that in the venue, but I saw people talking about it on Twitter. And then I watched the archive, and you can even see her doing the hand-grabbing motion with each of her hands, as if she's holding hands with them. It's so sweet. What a celebration. What a live. And that was only day one. Before we left the venue, Jacob spotted Jungo in the sound cabin right below us and gave him the middle finger. He was like, fuck that guy, I hate that guy.
My first experience actually is the lead-up song. It might sound odd, but hearing Top's last chorus being turned up in volume was like the moment where it hit me. Oh shit, we are actually doing this? Like, I have finally made it here. And then obviously comes the Idolmaster, you know? It's like the one and only, the song, the calls, the moment so many years of me following this franchise have been preparing me for. One of my most memorable experiences actually came from pretty early on in day one, and it's iDOL. Even though this is a Kotori song, Kami is just that powerful, and you know, people call Kami Kami because, yeah, she is that. She is her. You know, to say that they exceeded my expectations, yeah, they did by a lot. That's an understatement of the century, I feel like, combined with the fact that it was my easily top 3, top 2 Kotori song. I basically knew it by heart, so you know, doing calls and stuff like that was super easy. As a Chihayapi, I think it's noteworthy to note any of the big quote-unquote vocal songs, so Fermata and Rhapsodia was definitely one of them that I really loved. In the questionnaire before the live, I had written in Departure from the Live to be performed. So, you know, my initial reaction to hearing the start of Fermata was like, I guess I got what I wished for, yay! It was still amazing, you know, Mingos was doing her thing as well as Haname, but I think the star of that one was definitely Chia King. She was so active in there, like her entire movements and like how she blasted all of the notes. It was wow. I remember really wanting to crack QOs for it, but then I looked around a bit and saw barely anyone doing so, so I was like, oh well, I guess we're not, so you know, fuck you guys. Should have done it myself anyways. I don't even know where to start with you. I mean, do you even know who you're talking to? You have us come from an absolutely vintage meme in colorful days to a pitch black hall where only a piano version of Utamas was echoing through. Then, slowly, text appears on the screen to the producers who have supported us thus far. So, at first, I was like, okay, sure, might be something a little bit emotional. Then the first light turned on, and it was Kami giving a letter, I'd call this, to her producers. So I was just like, okay, that's happening. What is happening? I don't know what is happening. But I don't think, like, everyone was cheering after her letter, and so was the next one with Hibiki. But when her letter was being read, I think that's where it really settled in that, you know, the producers should probably take it seriously. And yeah, honestly, the poor girl was barely holding herself together, like, you know how generally emotional she is about it. Yeah, at that point I think the crowd realized it, and it was just, people were just like, yeah, okay, we're locking the fuck in or crying, whatever. As Mingo started reading her letter, I was like, oh my god, I will not survive this. And she kept saying like all these thank yous, and like I legitimately could not just sit still. I was like constantly answering to her. Like, I defaulted to a complete sobbing mess, and I started like just talking back in Latvian. Like, I was just saying, like, whenever she said "arigatou gozaimasu," I was like "lūdzu" or "ne tev paldies," which is "you're welcome" or "no thank you," under my breath the entire time, you know, while sobbing, like almost uncontrollably. Then the song came on. Like, what do you want me to say? I sang along for the entirety of the song. I do not give a shit what anyone was thinking about me in the rows around me. Though, there's one guy who was like 3, 4, 5 rows in front of me, who I guess just felt my presence, or I was just so loud that he turned around, looked me in the eyes, and I just gave him the like most limp-wristed thumbs up ever, and I think he just smiled back at me and turned back. I hope he's doing fine. He's an absolute legend. I don't know what the fuck all of that was, but that was absolute perfection. I don't think I'll be able to live on with something like this. Probably a cornerstone in my life, actually, just genuinely.
So that's day 1 of Never End Idol wrapped up. Just wow. That is my reaction now recalling this whole set list. But at the moment there was no time to let it sink in. We had places to be, we had an Offkai to attend, which is the word live goers use to refer to the post-live celebrations. We booked a place called Chiba-chan for our group of 12 people. And oh boy, let me tell you, it is quite the task to describe this restaurant. There's like no better place where you can keep that live euphoria going on, because that place was rowdy. It was hype incarnate, packed full of people, absurdly noisy, and basically everyone there was coming from the live. So every 5 minutes or so someone would get up on their seat and start shouting, "I'm a psycho! I'm a psycho!" which would prompt everyone to shout together and clap along. And the food? Huge ass wooden boats filled with fries, big sprouts, some godly fried chicken, you name it. We cracked the UOs we had left, dropped them inside our drinks. I grabbed the fries with my bare hands, which Jacob complained about, and that made me scream, "We put fucking UOs inside our drinks, and this is where you draw the line?" Which made everyone laugh, and Jacob go like, "Alright, fair."
This place is crazy! Crazy! He's doing a vlog!
Chiba-chan was pure distilled chaotic vibes, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It was the perfect way to close this day that would become part of my history for the rest of eternity. Alright, time for day 2. The biggest question in everyone's heads that day was, how were they going to top off what they did yesterday. If they pulled out Yakusoku on day 1, what in the world would they do on day 2? Something else I realized that morning is that my mummy fan that I got from Lewdacriz was missing. I probably lost it amidst the confusion of day 1 because, as I described, everything is just so incredibly hectic. I kept swapping between taking my bag to places and leaving it unattended in that spot where our group was gathered, so at some point I probably dropped it somewhere and I didn't notice. That really bummed me. I asked in a Million Live Discord server if someone happened to have a spare mummy fan, and 2 people came forward saying they had one and wouldn't mind giving it to me. So that meant maybe I'd get 2 mummy fans? I left our Airbnb a little later than yesterday, and this time I wanted to take a different route so that I'd end up in another part of Yokohama Station, where a big ad for Nei was located. For some reason this day I was feeling much more anxious and emotional. I was on the verge of crying in the train. I guess the realization that I was experiencing all of that finally settled in. And that overwhelming feeling got even stronger when I disembarked at the station and found the Never End Idol ad. There, I simply couldn't hold back the tears anymore. I genuinely cried in front of that ad and stood there just staring at it for almost 10 minutes, thinking of what could await me on the second day of the concert. I really was in Japan attending a Namco Pro All-Stars Live. I then took what was supposed to be a quick detour to a Don Quixote because I needed to grab a new hat to protect my bald head, as if you recall I had to throw away my white hat before going to Nagoya. And I made the dumb decision of spending the whole day 1 of the live with my head unprotected under a 37-degree sun. So surprise, surprise, I burned my scalp. In any case, as I said, it was supposed to be a quick detour, but I'm worse than Azusa when it comes to directions, even when checking a map on the phone. So what was supposed to be a 15-minute walk from that donkey to K-Arena ended up me getting lost for almost an hour, including accidentally doing a loop that got me back to that donkey again. Yeah, maybe I should be an Azusa-P. But soon enough, I was back at the K-Arena for another busy day of living the dream. I had exchanged almost all of my new P-cards during day 1, because I was very dumb and only printed 100 of them, so I only had like 50 of them left. But thankfully I still had some P-cards left from my previous trip, though it was a bummer having to give those instead since they didn't have Ami Mami in it, nor the lovely art I commissioned for their birthday. Oh yeah, I just realized I didn't bring up the Meishi exchange on my report for day 1. In Idolmaster Lives there's a tradition of exchanging your producer card with fellow producers, and that's a huge part of what makes the pre-live activities just as fun as the live itself. Socializing with all the fans, sharing all the mutual love and passion for the franchise and its idols. Again, I can't stress enough just how amazing of an atmosphere it all is. My Japanese is incredibly basic, so I couldn't have much of a conversation with Japanese producers. But there's no language barrier when it comes to conveying our excitement and love for Namco Pro. All the Japanese Ps I exchanged cards with would always get surprised when I told them I was from Brazil. They couldn't believe someone from that far away would come to Japan just to see an Idolmaster live. And the P cards are just as valuable as other kinds of idol merch. It's the ultimate memorabilia from the live. A collection of gifts from all the people you met, with all sorts of designs that do their best to display their admiration for the idols each of these individuals produce. But speaking of Japanese Ps I met, there are 2 notable ones that I would like to mention, with the first being a Haruka artist I've known from Twitter for a while, called Last Boss, whom I recognized instantly when she gave me her card, and I was like, "Oh, Shiteru, watashi wa foro wa desu," and mentioned how I found her art very cute, and she got super happy when I mentioned that. The second one is also an artist, an Amimami artist, but this one has quite a lot of context surrounding our meeting. So I've been mutuals with this Amimami P called Ramumofuchu. And right before Never End Idol, she tweeted this, and I didn't see this tweet until after the live. Thankfully, we did bump into each other about an hour before the gates opened, and I recognized her when she handed me her P card. Again, we couldn't chat much because of my lacking Japanese, but our mutual love for the twins was conveyed just fine, something she even tweeted about later. When I got back to my Airbnb after day 2, I saw that tweet along with another one, with a picture of her. And that's when it struck me how familiar she looked to a pretty popular mummy cosplayer I've been following for a while, which is when I decided to look into her bio, and she was that cosplayer. Somehow I never realized that, not even after we met and took a picture together. It makes me feel so fucking silly, man. I really wish I could have mentioned to her how I was a big fan of her cosplays as well. But again, there's very little time to think and grasp what's happening around you during all these pre-live activities. My brain should have just instantly recognized her as that cosplayer the moment I saw her face, but it's just not what happened. Other than those encounters, there isn't anything else noteworthy that I can bring myself to remember. I do remember buying those brand new card folio packs in the merch corner, which are basically some cards with renders of the All-Stars girls from Never End Idol, the 20th anniversary, and previous lives. I remember sitting in the usual spot with Lewdacriz, the Chileans, and some other peeps, where we all opened our packs together to trade our cards and incentivized others to go buy some packs as well, with someone saying, "Yeah baby, let's go gambling!" But I don't remember who exactly said that. And I also met with the guy from the Million Life server who mentioned he had a spare mummy fan, which he then gave to me. So, problem solved. I recovered my mummy fan. End of the story.
Oh my god, I did not realize that.
She's in like most.
Wait.
No, show your back. Proudly. Hell yeah, buddy.
We're doing this kind of thing, with all the.
Oh yeah.
He started it.
Nice.
Yeah, because like this is the only way.
I just photobombed this. Let's see.
I'm never safe. She's an invasive species. She is.
Right before the gates opened, a bunch of overseas producers gathered together for a picture, something they had done on day 1 as well, but unfortunately I missed it. But this time I was locked and loaded and ready to join it. People from all walks of life, from all continents of our planet, all united together to celebrate 20 years of the Idol Master and Namuko Pro All-Stars. The world is all one. Me and Jacob then headed to the gates to grab our tickets and check our seats. Though it was highly unlikely we'd get seats as great as yesterday, because those seats were Arena, baby! Yeah, we got even luckier this time getting arena seats. In hindsight, despite being an arena seat, I would say it wasn't as good as the day 1 seat, because that one was right in the middle of the venue, and even though it wasn't on ground level, it was still pretty dang close to the stage, while the arena seats we got were located on the leftmost corner, so despite being on ground level, it was further from the stage than our day 1 seats. But it was still a great spot, I'm definitely not complaining here. Before the live started, we took some selfies as usual, and also this picture where I proudly show my 5 mummy fans. Wait, what? 5 mummy fans? Where did they all come from? That is a question I wish I could answer, but I cannot for the life of me remember where I got all of these. I know that one I got from the guy from the Million Life server, but the other 4, I genuinely have zero recollection of how they came into my possession. I know some other people gifted me some of them, but I don't remember who. I also don't remember if I got any of these with the collab drinks, because I did order them again as well. But I genuinely don't remember which girls I got this time. And besides those 5 mummy fans, I also got 2 mummy fans that I also don't remember where they came from. I really mean it when I say way too many things happen during these lives, man. It's way too much stuff for your head to keep track of. But yeah, I started the day with no mummy fans and suddenly I had 5 of them. It couldn't have opened any other way, could it? Actually, it could. Me and some friends were hoping for them to perform the second mix of this song on day 2. But alas, all my thoughts for the song from day 1 are also applied here. Still can't believe I was there doing its iconic calls, reveling in its energy live in the flesh. I obviously always liked this song. How can you dislike the theme song of the Idol Master? But after experiencing it live both days, it has definitely acquired a completely new meaning to me. Listening to it now always gives me chills and instantly takes me back to these 2 glorious days.
It was my first Idol Master Live. I had good seats, I sat and I waited. But unlike the other producers around me, I kept still and I felt like a fraud. While many Ps were waiting with excitement and anticipation for the songs they wanted to hear, my heart wasn't jumping up exactly. I felt detached, jaded, even cynical. I was thinking things like, will this turn out as good as I hoped? Will I be able to enjoy this live like everyone else? Those kinds of doubts and concerns were left on my mind. Then the sponsors were called out. The overture began to play and my chest still didn't leap out. I wanted to feel what everyone else seemed to feel, but not before long, I finally felt it. Following the overture, the first song was played. It was Utamas, the song called The Idol Master. My heart didn't jump, it sang. And suddenly, my body remembered the calls, and my soul dug up the old feelings I used to have. My energy finally matched with that of the entire arena. It was like I was taken back to my honeymoon era with the franchise, with the All-Stars, and I won't forget it. That song is far from what I'd call my favorite, but I have to think back to it fondly, because it brought out the joy in Idolmaster that I thought was long gone, and I hope Idolmaster can continue to keep that flame in me alive. Aimasu Saiko.
My top pick has to be the title song, The Idol Master. It's a bit of a difficult choice maybe, but maybe because it's my first live, or maybe it's just the irreplaceable experience. Background music starts getting louder, and they start rolling the intro, lights go dark, and you have all stars on stage. It's a one-of-a-kind experience. Also a bit special for me, because I got into Idolmaster to poke fun at my friend's bad luck in Dereste Gacha, and 2 years later try getting on a Deremas live, but we failed the lottery. But somehow we managed to get in for Never End Idol. I never thought that we would get that far.
And the first MC, Asapon, doubled down on the Nichan calls and asked us to do it twice, with the second one being much louder, and she even threw an impromptu call for the staff, which was pretty neat. And right before she started speaking, both me and Jacob screamed her name really fucking loud, to the point people even looked back at us, so I was wondering if that would be able to be heard in the archive, but unfortunately it wasn't. During Mingosu's introduction, she says something along the lines of, "In this special place, I will sing for the fans, for my companions, and for you." And Eririn already got emotional with that, so she turned her back to the audience to cry in the middle of Mingosu's talk, which prompted her to say, "Isn't it too soon for that?" Which made everyone laugh, and then Aki and Eririn let out some intelligible squirms like which was incredibly funny. Oh, and this isn't related to this MC specifically, but Azumin's laugh is so infectious, man. Like during every MC, you can hear her laughing in the background at some point. It's super cute.
Go my way, go my way. 頑張って行きましょう。一番大好きな私になりたい。
On day 1, it took me like 7 songs or so to crack my first UO, but on day 2 they decided to kick off the live with Go My Way. So how can I not crack some UOs for it? Again, I know I keep saying this many times throughout this video, but I can't believe I experienced Go My Way live, man. This is one of the most iconic Idolmaster anthems. It's pure hype, but it also gets me emotional at the same time. So by the end of the song, the tears were already starting to swell up, especially doing the la 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 da 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 with the whole arena. What a phenomenal song, man.
The song that I want to talk about is Go My Way. Now, when you look into the lyrics, it's nothing really complicated. It's just an idol's aspirations to run headlong into being an idol, powering through the various setbacks of the entertainment world. But to me, that was the gateway song that led me down the path of getting into IMS roughly about 17 years ago. This was the time where I caught random blurry 360p Xbox videos of 3 idols doing a goofy dance to a rather basic song on good old YouTube and Nico Nico Duga. After that, I imported the Project Diva game for my PSP to revel at the chance to basically play the song with Hatsune Miku covering that song itself. And then when I Must 2 was released for the PS3, I sank countless hours into the game, basically clearing every route, all while singing a small amount of Japanese. Good thing though, Go My Way was one of the default songs that came unlocked, and the BPM wasn't too hard to keep up with. And because of that, Go My Way was one of the few songs that has stuck with me to this day, because of how often I use that song for my produce runs, and that was a lot. After the COVID pandemic, I made the conscious effort to actually attend a dedicated IMS concert itself, which started with Masters of Idol World 2023. If you've been or watched the concert, we did get a bit of Go My Way when Haruka and Toma did a short duet of that song in a medley. That was hyped, and also kind of symbolizes the healing of the franchise after the Tokyo Game Show 2010 incident. I'm sure a lot of you might remember that. Some of you do, some of you don't. I guess the newer ones don't, but look it up. Let's get to Never End Idol. So when the first line you hear, Go My Way, Go My A, I just simply lost my shit. And because of that, it brought back a lot of memories in terms of all the long hours of me playing the game and having that song on repeat. I went through 4 or 5 euros for this particular song itself, and I basically had tears coming out of my eyes when the whole song was being played. I also gotta love some of the personal touches each of the performers bring, like Erika being down because of the rain, or like Asaf Pon being sad that she's broke while going on a date. And as they close it off, the enthusiasm of just singing la 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 la, never felt so heartwarming. I really wish I could go back to the concert again and experience it live one more time.
The moment these two showed up on screen, the entire arena erupted in hype. everyone knew instantly what we were going to get. And then it started. This was the second hypest moment in the whole live. When the song started, everyone screamed their hearts out, and the cows were insanely loud for this one. Relations has always been one of my favorite all-star songs, and it's a lot of people's favorite. Everyone loves this song. It's one of the most aggressively 2000 songs in the All-Stars discography, and this was actually the first time ever it was performed with its two original singers. So of course everyone freaked out when they showed up on screen. It's a moment 18 years in the making, and what a moment it was, holy shit! Mingosu and Aki gave their best performance ever of this song, nailing the choreography with lots of expressiveness and insanely powerful vocals. Those two holding that last note for as long as they could was a sight to behold. And an even bigger sight to behold was when we all cracked dguos for the part where the song goes quiet before the last chorus. Looking behind me and seeing the whole arena lit in orange with shades of blue and green. What an experience, man. Relations was without a single doubt one of the biggest highlights of the whole live. Man, this is such a good vibe song. I don't remember getting emotional with it at the venue, but rewatching it at home, it got me, man. I know the word wholesome is too overused nowadays, but there really isn't a better word to describe this performance. Such a cute choreography, all their interactions and banter with each other, and then that beat where they mention the beautiful blue sea and everyone turns their pen lights to blue to simulate the sea. Me looking back from my seat and seeing the whole arena turn completely blue. This is why lives are so special, man. It's such an interactive and immersive experience that puts any other type of concert to shame. And all the pen lights switching to blue is something you can barely even notice in the archive. It really goes to show just how much of a different experience it is being there at the venue. So on day one I mentioned they read some messages from the survey during some of the MC blocks, and on day two they did it again. Day 1 didn't have any message I felt the need to single out, but day 2 is a completely different story. Mingosu read the very first message of the day, a message from one Yuki P. You may recall I mentioned someone by the name of Yuki earlier in the video. She's an incredibly dedicated Chihaya P who has drawn hundreds of the cutest Chihaya arts you'll find on the internet. She was even part of our day 1 Offkai. So the moment Mingosu said Yuki P, me and Jacob looked to each other and were like, no shit, is it like our Yuki? Can be, right? And then when Mingosu mentioned she was from the Philippines, me and Jacob were like, holy shit, it's her! And we reacted pretty loudly. Oh my God! Because people in front of us were looking back at us. And through her whole reading, I was screaming internally, Cracker you, oh Yuki! Show you're there! You're in front of her! because she was literally in front of her. She got an arena seat that was really close to the main stage, and we knew that. We saw her walking towards the front of the stage before the live started, which is why we were reacting like that. She could literally make Mingus walk toward her if she cracked the UO and showed she was there. But I can imagine she was probably completely frozen in complete shock by what was happening. This girl has beaten life. Roll credits, start new game plus, it's over. Yuki is the luckiest woman in the whole world. But yeah, to me this moment was one of the absolute highlights of the live. I genuinely felt so ecstatic with her reading Yuki's message that it was almost like she was reading my message.
In the survey form, I shared about my recent trip to Japan, which was mainly to attend Hodgepodge too, but it also had some first-time experiences, such as the spring season and playing iDOLM STER arcade games, both the original one and tours. Through the latter, for some reason, the action of doing high fives with Chihaya has stuck with me the most, and I have done it excessively during that trip. Considering the season, in a way it felt like a renewal of my love towards the series. I also thought that those points together had quite a thematic feel, and I could write about it better given that they were recent, so I decided to go for it that way. It was just a short message, and I didn't want to go overboard, so I just added that I wanted to cherish those memories and not forget about them. I thought if they randomly picked that for the pamphlet, then that would be fun, although I forgot about them until the live started. Seiyu reading those out during then never crossed my mind. And even after day 1, the thought of them reading more messages the next day never occurred to me. But day 2 came, unexpectedly I got a front row seat at the side of the stage. I've never seen Seiyu that close up to that point. Never an idol itself already felt like a dream, and I thought that is how far my luck would go that day. Until on the MC after Mooney, she read the first message for that day. Having absolutely zero expectations, I was caught off guard. Hearing her say those words, "Yuki kara itadakimashita," it felt so unbelievable that I was denying it in my head to bring myself back to earth, thinking that that can be a different Yuki. And though she mentioned Philippines, at that point I can't deny it any further. The entire time she was talking, my brain refused to work and stopped registering anything for a few minutes. I mean, a thing I wrote, it's being shared by herself in her voice. It was just a short one, but why? Why mine? I forgot how I exactly reacted during the whole thing, but I surely looked ridiculous in disbelief the whole time. I wrote a letter for her gift box in the live, and I intended that to be the first appropriate message that she reads from me. And yet Destiny had other plans that day. Speaking of Destiny, I saw their performance of it during Masters 2023, which was my first live attendance. It was one of my favorites from that live. Due to the emotions then, I made a promise that I would definitely go back and see them in a solo live role. Still, I've always felt limited, in the sense that I was late to meet them only back in 2018 by accidentally watching the anime's Yakusoko performance on YouTube without context. Eventually, the song's performance from their 9th anniversary live was one of the first live clips of the All-Stars that I have watched, and it has done things. Yeah. And this time, with the Yakusoko and Destiny performances, everyone was there. Considering their history, the emotions coupled from the build-up due to the character's letter to the producer and the Tiara video before Day 2's Encore, it was really heavy. After the first chorus of Destiny, Mingo sang the part of the song's lyrics about how merely wishing won't go anywhere, and at that time she was near my area. It reminded me of something. I was there. I didn't just merely wish. I have also made promises. To her, to myself. If my timeline had been different, it may have caused a butterfly effect. Was March of this year my first spring? Whose message would she read during that Day 2 MC? Where would I even be right now? I fulfilled promises and have received new emotional memories, but those short moments, those 2 minutes from Day 2, I have never expected expected anything back directly, may it be a coincidence or not. I'm thankful to be a part of Never End Idol as an attendee, and also a direction I never expected to be a part of. Going back to her MC on day 2, she ended up talking about her experience playing tours. The day after the live, I tried to play it once more before my departure flight, and after doing the high five with Chihaya again, I cried out of the blue. Who knew that I would create an unforgettable memory from such a simple action? It's just a high five. It's really silly, but hey, I'm really thankful for the both of them for making my past years count and give meaning. Someday, I want to be there again for their next stage. I want to keep giving my things in the way I can. Because I knew them, I can say, and I'm really thankful that they changed me for the better. Yeah, that has been the Never End Idol experience of a producer named Yuki. Thank you, Vinny, for inviting me to your essay. Until then.
One hell of a classic, this one. Something special about seeing Judy perform this one, because for all intents and purposes, Kotone is an idol, and one that is extremely beloved by everyone. So yeah, I'm glad she was in the lineup for this one. I unfortunately didn't know most of the calls for this song, but it was fun seeing the veterans go all out with it.
In Never End Idol, I would say I'm very happy with the song Watashi wa Idol by Julie, Lie, and Hiromi. As a donder, I became a producer by playing Must songs. In Must songs, I saw Kotone a lot in providing the voice and humming the store, so I like her as much as the All-Stars idols. After reading Asaki wa Kogane Ilo, this emotion got stronger and I started to recognize her the same as other idols and always use Namco Flow All Stars Plus. In the song Questionnaire, I picked the Watashi wa Idol with her because I think she can always be a very good idol, and this song is also one of my favorite songs in the Must songs. Before Must songs, I already knew the Namco Flow when playing Taiko Arcade 11 and 12. I should have started Idol Master earlier, then I can go to the MIW 2015 after my college entrance exam. After getting to college, I played the Platinum Stars and tried to attend the producer meeting 2017, but in that era, I knew almost nothing about getting tickets, buying goods, or concert lights. And finally, I didn't go due to passport expiration. I remember I cried after realizing this. Fortunately, they quickly announced Hatsuboshi Enbu in the summer, and I was able to win the lottery. I joined that live for day 1 only due to college schedule, although later it shows that I think day 2 won't affect my grade. During COVID, I watched Sunridge Color from the US. Although it was super tiring due to US time zones, I found that after 4 years I'm still loving these girls, and there is Julie. So after COVID, I started to travel to Japan a lot and attended many XR lives and their personal events. Finally, they announced the Never End Idol with All Stars Plus. Personally, I want to make this live my best MS experience. I purchased most of the goods and joined multiple flower stand projects. I realized that in the past, I knew nothing and had made many mistakes. Now I'm experienced and I know Japanese, so I should help other producers in China. I made a group chat for Never End Idol, and this group chat grew to hundreds of people. We shared many knowledge on visas, flights, hotels, goods, concert lights, etc. And I'm happy that we can finally meet in K Arena and enjoy the All Stars Plus live together. I hope there will be another Namco Flow All Stars Plus live soon, and regardless of when and where, I'll be there.
What a beautiful bittersweet song this one is. Kinda hard not to get choked up with it. A very inspired lineup for it too, not only because it's a very vocally charged lineup, but also because this song is about parting ways, about farewells. So having Harami and Nu here is very fitting, since Takane and Hibiki both had to leave their families behind to start their idol careers, and they often think a lot about them. And Chiaking also fits the theme because Azusa is often associated with the theme of longing, the most obvious example being Tonari-ni. But in general, her storylines often revolve around yearning for a partner, But yeah, I was trying my best to hold my composure, but Haramin's sheer expressiveness during the last chorus got the best of me. She's way too powerful in these emotional songs. And doing the la 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 together was the perfect way to cap it all off. They had performed The Eye on day 1 and now this one on day 2. So at the time I thought for sure we'd be getting Dream to close the I Dream Lost trilogy. And Dream is my favorite out of those 3. But unfortunately we didn't get it. Bummer. If you know me, you're aware I'm the guy who loves deep cuts. I'm always hoping for underground or unpopular songs to get performed during lives, and this one sure is a deep cut. But it's one that I'm not a huge fan of, but I like it. It was a pleasant surprise getting it in this live. It's another very feel-good song. Editing and Hiromi were super cute performing it.
チクタクと動く時計は毎日止まらずに進んでる1秒ずつ1秒ずつゆっくりほら前にと向かってゆく
This one is an incredibly emotional song. I know it brings out the waterworks for a lot of producers, especially Yayoi piece. I like it a lot as well, but it didn't hit me as hard. However, there was a circumstance in this performance that made me get moved by it. So during this song, Jacob left to go to the bathroom, so my view of the producer who was next to him was now unobstructed, and this guy was a complete mess during this song. He was very visibly touched by it, crying a lot, always wiping the tears from his eyes, and seeing that really got to me. I started crying as well. When the live ended, I don't remember the context, but Jacob started chatting with that guy in his Renban, so we ended up exchanging our P-cards, and I really wanted to mention how seeing him cry during TikTok also got me very touched. But unfortunately the language barrier got the best of me this time. The following MC block had the remainder of the messages, and the Yori one was very funny. Kugyu was reading, and then there's a bit where it says something like, "In my first contact with Yori, I thought she was a good kid, like Iko." And when she read that, the crowd started laughing, which prompted Kugyu to stop reading and say, "She is a good kid, okay?" Which was so damn good. And later there's something about being a hentai, a pervert, in the message, and she straight up asks the crowd, "Who's like that?" And in the archive, they even show a dude wildly swinging a dguo. Incredible stuff. Despite Little Match Girl being up there in the top 30 of my favorite All-Star songs, I honestly don't have much to talk about it here. In fact, it's somehow one of those songs I have very little memory of what my experience was like at the venue. But I do remember I cracked the dguo for this song, I think in the first chorus. But yeah, you really can't go wrong with this song, man. Certified banger. Haramin was a great pick for this one. I think I didn't mention this yet, but I love her intense glare when singing certain songs. She does this hypnotizing look that is genuinely mesmerizing. I do like the normal version of this song, but the remaster A version of Shiny Smile is, no joke, one of my top 5 Idolmaster songs. It was one of my submissions for the survey, with the lineup from episode 8 of the anime, which features this remaster. I kid you not, I would have freaked out like a maniac if they performed that version. My scream would have been heard outside the venue, and I would cry liters of tears. But alas, the original is cute. I obviously won't complain about having experienced it live, especially the last chorus when everyone lights up their UOs. It's always a beautiful sight. Though I don't remember if I also did it for this one. This is another song that I don't recall very well what I was feeling like at the time, except for the fact I wanted Remaster A instead. Inhale. Yeah, and both times Asapon sang this line, I mustered all energy I had stored to shout it out loud together with her. What an experience! I feel validated now as a Namimami P. I can proudly say I screamed together with Asapon, one of the earliest and most iconic memes in the history of Idolmaster. But other than that, it's a fucking classic, man. What a hype song. Asapon's voice really stands out in this one, and dguo was also surprisingly good in her few solo lines. They really should let her sing more often with this deeper tone.
As someone who could only ever get into All-Stars, Never End Idol was the live that my teenage self could only dream of one day being able to attend. And obviously the song that I wanted to hear the most was Agent Yorowo Yuku. Now, I had actually heard the song before at Masters 23 because that was Side M's card song, but obviously that wasn't the real deal, that wasn't enough, but part of me was kind of resigned to the fact that I was like, well, this is probably the closest I'll ever get to hearing it, because by that point the song had been performed live in like a couple of years. And so, like, when Never End Idol came around, I was hoping that that would be one of the songs, because it's the whole thing, Never End Idol. So day one goes by, there were some really good songs, but the one song that made me think a little more was when they did Mecha Chihaya Asa Gohan, and that's like an old boomer IMAS meme from Nico Nico, and I just thought, wait a minute, if they brought back Mecha Chihaya, they're probably gonna do Tokachi, and Tokachi is from Agent, which means I'm probably gonna be able to hear Agent. And if you were with me at the Kaigai Uchiage, you would have heard me just like screaming that theory out and like being like, oh my gosh, what if it actually could happen? So day two rolls around and my expectations are pretty high because day one by itself was really good. Day two, I'm expecting if Agent does come out, it's gonna be during the medley. So during the regular like full songs, I'm just kind of like not really on guard. And so after Shiny Smile, it was quiet, like oddly very long silence. It's like, okay, what's the song gonna be? And then I hear the bells, and the tears start welling up in my eyes as I realize that it's finally happening. I'm brought back to when I was a teenager, first coming across the song in Nika Nika Doga, finding out about Idolmaster, falling in love with Makoto, meeting all of these people, some of whom I call friends for easily over a decade now. And here I am in Japan, finally listening to Hirorin sing this song live. Teenage Kant finally got to live out that dream. I finally feel complete as a producer. God, do I love Idolmaster.
Never End Idol was my first Idolmaster concert, despite me having been into this franchise for almost 18 years. As such, I was hoping to hear the song that started it all for me, Asian Yorowoiku. I first heard that song in the Nico Nico Doga medley around 2008 when I was 15 years old. First song from the medley makes such a strong impression on me that I had to look up where it was from. At the time, the only things I knew were the Tokachi meme and the Futami twins mispronunciation being somewhat viral. When I looked the song up, I became aware of this game called Idolmaster, fully in Japanese and for the Xbox 360, a console I didn't have, so there was no way for me to play it at the time. At first, I only listened to Ancient by the All the Girls on repeat, still not fully understanding what the game was even about. Then YouTube recommended Relations to me, and thus my fate was sealed. From that point on, I live and breathe Idolmaster, bestowing unsolicited knowledge of Imasa upon every unfortunate soul who crossed my path. Many years have passed since I first heard Asian for the first time, and now I finally had the chance to watch it live, and that felt like a miracle come true.
The moment this showed up on screen, I was crouched grabbing something on my bag. Then I heard everyone screaming, and Jacob shaked me saying, "Holy shit dude, look!" Then I looked up and saw the Kuroi Pro logo. I was like, "Yo dude, I hope it's not the K-pop one, please don't be the K-pop one." And Jacob said, "I think it's going to be that one." And then, it started.
Realize,
It's the good one! It's the good one! Yeah! This was the hypest song in the whole life, bar none. Electrifying, incandescent, extraordinary. Words are not enough to describe the energy that consumed the entire venue during this song. Everyone went full monkey mode. It was absolute insanity. It was probably the song I cracked the most UOs for, and all three of the seiyus were phenomenal in this performance. Haramin with her crazy, intense, hypnotizing look, Nu with her sick dance moves, but holy fucking shit, Aki was on another level. She was dancing as if she was possessed, made even more evident when she delivers one of her solo lines in extremely deep and raspy voice, and when she violently kicks the air before the final chorus, and that final note in the end, holding it until the very limit. Jesus Christ, man, what an ungodly performer this woman is. Another one of the absolute highlights of the live, might just be the highlight. It was that good.
I think a performance in particular that made me feel so vindicated for managing to get there was Realize. Project Fairy has been my favorite unit since time immemorial, since Idolmaster even started. Like, one of the biggest reasons why I started being a fan of Taka is because I heard her through the Overmaster records, and I considered her to be like, wow, she's so cool, she's so gorgeous, and that's where my admiration for Taka started, even before all the Idolmaster 2 stuff happened. When they started doing 961 events, I was like, I was so sore about not being able to go to the 961 event. I thought, am I ever going to get a chance to hear the song live? Am I ever going to get a chance to hear Overmaster live again? Because I heard Overmaster in Masters of Idol World 2023, and Yumihara wasn't in that event, so I couldn't hear Project Fairy as a whole. The number one thing that I felt when the 961 intro played on the screen was just sheer unbridled hype. I was like, my body was boiling, like the entire time that the sign was coming up and all three of them were walking towards the stage. I felt like my brain was going to explode because I couldn't contain all of the feelings of, yes, this is finally happening, I'm here, and I'm ready to just go insane. And there was everybody around me who were also wearing 961 production merchandise, and we were like, I'm right where I need to be, I'm right where I should be, I deserve to be here, and I just let everything loose. And at that one chance where I was thinking, if I was going to get that chance to be next to them or be live at the venue where they were going to perform a 961 song, I was like, yes, this is it. I'm going to leave everything on the table right now. Whatever happens after today, I've done what I need to do. So after Realize hit, I just let everything, I think I cracked like 10 UOs or like 12 UOs, like 4 per segment. And the dude next to me could tell that I was so hyped for the song that he even gave me extra UOs to break because I made friends with him before the live. It really helped me affirm that, okay, this was for you, you worked hard, you got here, and you got to see the song that you wanted. I think what made NEI special to me was the temperament of being around producers that have been in this franchise for like years and years and years already. It was a lot different from my first concert experience, which was at Masters of Idol World 2023. It was mostly just me going there to see the concert. I didn't really interact with other producers. I didn't really like mingle with people who have been with the series for years and years on end. Felt like in a way that I was just there to watch the performers. I wasn't there to be part of like the culture of producers and Idolmaster fans. So that's what made that experience for me lacking as my first try. But on my second try with Never End Idol, it was more memorable to me because there was a lot more opportunities for me to be integrated with people who have been there for years. And one moment that really allowed me to experience that was during the Osaka performance. In front of us, there were two producers who I assumed were long-time veterans because one of them was a Haruka-P and one of them was a Chihaya-P. And they were like armed to the teeth with penlight belts and like everything and happy coats. And they felt like it was just like their 100th time going to a Namco Pro concert. And I really wanted to like express my gratitude to these kinds of people in supporting Namco Pro for all that time. During the Yakusoko performance, the Chihaya-P was taking it really, really hard. He was like on the seat, sobbing uncontrollably. And I was like, this person, he really is going through a lot of emotions right now. And I want to make him feel like I feel what he's feeling. I want to let him know that it's okay. After the song was done, I tapped him on the shoulder, gave him daijoubu desu, and tried to comfort him in any way I can. And the Haruka-P did the same thing, because this dude is really going through it. Once the performance was done, like the entire performance for day one was done, these producers in front of us, they looked back at us and they started saying thank you, they started saying good job for the concert. And that was the first time that I felt like I was able to connect with somebody, even though I have never seen them. This is my first time seeing them ever in my life. And to the connection that we've had through the performance, it felt like we were just best friends. And even though I've never spoken a word to this person at all, it allowed me to feel connections to my fellow producers. It allowed me to feel like I was part of the community that I've been long telling myself that I have been. Only this time it's for real with the person in front of me. And on day two, it still felt like that to me because there were so many people that I could talk to about day one with what little Japanese I knew. Made me finally feel like through all my efforts, through all the times that I've been participating in activities online, playing the games, I finally actually felt that I was amongst the people who would call themselves producers and just make it so that I deserve that. I deserve to be here. I deserve to be amongst these kind of people. And I really cherished that performance specifically because without those two producers in front of me, I wouldn't have really gotten that affirmation that I am amongst these people. I am amongst the people who have made Idolmaster what it was.
Everything I said about this medley for day one also applies here, obviously. But a detail I saved to bring up here is that on the second day of the trip, when I was in the official store in Akihabara, they were playing some MVs on the TV as usual, and the MV for Ready started playing, and I was kinda doing the calls on my head and was almost crying dead already, imagining myself doing the calls to it during the live itself. And some days later, that's exactly what I lived. Twice. What a dream. Similarly to Otona no Hajimari, but to a lesser extent, this is a song that I only learned how to truly appreciate once I started watching lives, because it is incredibly hype live, with some of the most fun calls out of any Idolmaster song, and I experienced it live, baby! Even though it was the short version, this was without a doubt one of the biggest highlights of the live for me. The energy of doing the calls for this song is unmatched. From the go go girl to the level up to the isogababa sugu susonjao. And all the calls during the chorus, my energy was through the roof. So much that on the last chorus, I was even leading my block with the loudest possible "Seno" before each. Oh, hoo-hoo. Seno! What an experience, my dude. What an experience. A song so hype, Nigo decided to double down and perform it twice, because she knew not everyone would be able to attend both days of the live, and it is the right of every human being in the world to be able to experience Kirame Kirari live. Or maybe it was just a marketing ploy for Lumika. But yeah, all I said about this song for day one also applies here. How much I love this song is no joke, man. Rewatching this performance to write this made me cry hard. The hypest tears in the universe. Kirame Kirari really does things to me, man. This song really needs no introduction for us English-speaking Idolmaster fans. It's no doubt one of the most popular songs. It's basically a meme. And yeah, it is a banger, but experiencing it live didn't hype me that much. But yep, it was good. I just didn't quite understand this lineup. Yori and Yukiko aren't exactly the first girls that come to mind when I think of this song, but they did well, of course.
And they announced the concert. Despite being mainly a CG and Gokuma's producer, I applied as fast as I could because I felt like this is like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see all the All-Stars members live. First, I would like to talk something about that happened before the concert. I came to Japan a week earlier to Osaka for another live, and Winnie64 recommended me Ima's bar there. I met a guy there who was also came to the concert. We met again at the concert venue. We became friends, and now he's helping me to get to other Ima's live concert as well. So before the concert, I already got something that I had been looking for a long time, a real Japanese friend, and now the real deal. On the first day, I could finally see some of my favorite songs like Eden and Marionette no Kokoro, but the main attraction was of course Yakusoku. Before that, we had Ohayo Asago moment. I was like, what the hell is going on? This is what we get instead of Yakusoku. But anyway, we finally got Yakusoku as anticipated. The letters before the song were very, very touching and emotional. When Mingosu finished her letter with Yakusoku, that was the coup de grace. And when they played those iconic piano notes, I looked around and I saw everyone looking down. This is what we came for. Everyone were in tears. It was probably the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, even more so than from the level Nana. On the second day, we also had great songs as well. My favorite was the Little Match Girl and the Kyun Vampire Girl. It was great to see Yori perform this song live, as she is my third favorite after Chihaya and Haruka. This day was definitely more lighthearted. I think the producers didn't want us to leave with such hard or heavy emotions, similar to the first day. However, Haruka's speech, for me, it was even more emotional than on the first day. She is definitely the first real idol I have seen, even though if Nakamura-san thinks she can be the real Haruka we look up to. So I am very grateful for the IMAS community. Without them, I wouldn't have seen Chihaya live. Also, I want to thank KCP for arranging the Offkai on such short notice, and thanks to Winnie64 for helping me to make a real Japanese friend.
As with other Master Sparkle 2 songs performed in this live, except for Discord area, I didn't remember this one when it started. It's one of those Azusa solos that feel more like it's made for Chia King than for Azusa herself, which is kind of a slightly controversial topic, as I've learned with the survey I conducted recently about All-Star songs, which I will make a video about in the near future. But it's a good song nonetheless. You really can't go wrong with Chia King live. This woman is a beast when performing. What a voice, what a body language, what a woman. Had to drink some water for this one, because it's time for another Asapon glazing section. Because my god, while Jamie allowed for Asapon to deliver a softer singing, Yuo Maishin is a Genki tour de force in which she lets all hell break loose and gives a performance that shows just how much of an insane stage presence she has. Her singing is much more expressive than in the studio version of this song. Her body doesn't stand still in a single second in this song, doing all sorts of exaggerated moves, even squatting during some bits. emoting with a wealth of facial expressions, ranging from deadpan serious to the brightest smile you've ever seen. The energy she exudes here is contagious. It's impossible to not smile from ear to ear watching her on stage. Yo My Shin is also one of the very few towel spinning songs in the Idolmaster discography. So in the chorus, it is a tradition for the crowd to spin their towels, adding even more to the song's hype factor. And this would have been the perfect opportunity for me to bring one of my two mummy towels, even though this is an Ami song. But as I mentioned before, I completely forgot about those towels. But thankfully I had my standard default towel. And in the first chorus, I did the stupidest thing possible by trying to spin the towel while holding a cracked dguo in the same hand. So the towel kept getting tangled in the dguo. But for the last chorus, I learned my lesson and spun the towel in one hand while holding a dguo in the other hand. And if all that wasn't enough, I didn't even mention yet what made this performance one of the most memorable in the whole live. After the first chorus, Asapon says something along the lines of Ami being out of energy, so she collapses in the middle of the stage. Then a message shows up on screen that roughly translates to Ami's battery has been drained. Cheer her to charge her back up. But I only saw that message when I watched the archive at home, because at the venue I was looking at the stage directly and I instinctively started shouting "Gambare!" and the entire arena is then consumed by these thunderous cheers that genuinely give me goosebumps whenever I rewatch this moment in the archive. It is an incredibly special feeling hearing everyone cheering as loud as they could for Asapon, my favorite seiyuu, the voice actress of the least popular All-Stars girls, but for that moment, she was the center of the universe. And I'm sure she rehearsed that moment many times, but hearing all those people cheering for her 100% had an impact on her, because once she gets up for the final chorus, she sings it even more gleefully than before, to the point she even messes up the timing and starts singing it off beat. But she has such a big smile on her face while she is singing, while running and spinning a towel, that it doesn't really matter that she made a mistake, because she's visibly having fun there. She made that mistake because she was simply consumed by an insurmountable amount of joy. It's such a contagious energy that it gets to everyone and makes the whole audience have a blast together with her. I was so overcome with elation with that performance that when the song ended, I shouted with all my might, "Asapon Psycho!" And in the archive, you can actually hear very faintly my "Psycho" in the distance. I hope in the Blu-ray they make it even more audible, but in any case, I couldn't have asked for a better song to have myself immortalized in an Idolmaster live. This performance of Yo My Shin is the epitome of Asapon's phenomenal showmanship, the ultimate display of how she engulfs the whole crowd with her high energy, her theatrics, and her overflowing charisma. Idol lives are already inherently an interactive experience due to all the calls and stuff, but Asapon takes it to another level by constantly engaging the audience with her antics. She is undoubtedly one of the strongest All-Stars performers, and it's all thanks to her being Ami Mami incarnate, the embodiment of fun. Back to back with the two most energetic seiyus. I know I just praised Asapon to hell and back for her showmanship, high energy, theatrics, and overflowing charisma, but all of that also applies to Kami. She's simply unable to stand still. She's probably the one who told the stage designer to add a runway just so that she could run freely. And the lyrics for this song, they're optional. For the chorus, Kami just says whatever is on her mind. She just interacts with the crowd to get them as pumped up as possible. She just revels in the hype because Ippai Ippai is one of the biggest Idolmaster live anthems. If you've only listened to the studio version of the song, you might see it as just an okay song, kinda repetitive. But live, Kami and the crowd transform it into an overload of excitement, which is why it was one of the songs I wanted to experience live the most. And I did, and it obliterated my voice, doing the calls together with everyone more loudly than any other song, with everyone screaming with such force that it felt like the arena would come crumbling down. What a fucking experience. Daisuke!
So I'd say that the song that stands out to me the most from Never End Idol is probably Ippai Ippai. And this shouldn't come as much as a surprise since I am a Rizkopi, but Ippai Ippai is a pretty special song to me. It's a really catchy song, it's a fun song, and it's also a song that plays a lot of very important role in the Idolmaster anime, which got me into Idolmaster in the first place. But in general, day 2, a lot of the songs there were very special to me because we managed somehow to get arena seats. And I'd been to a lot of concerts in K Arena up until that point. The first one being Million Live 10th Live Tour Act 4, and the most recent before that being Side M. But never had particularly good seats there. So I remember we went through the ticket gate separately, and then we reconvened at the other end, and we both were very, very excited that we'd somehow managed to get arena seats. We were making conversation with all the people waiting around to get drinks and so on and so forth. But from those really good seats near the stage, we were able to very clearly see the stage that went out to the audience and the Seiyu kind of on top of it, and getting to see from that vantage point Naomi's performance, which it's always a really energetic performance, but I think on this day you could really tell her excitement, her passion for the song. She was running up and down the stage, she was really leaning into the call and response and putting her energy into that, and everybody around us responding in turn. I think that's the moment I lost my voice during that live, is doing the call and response for that. And in general, being able to participate in a song like that live, my first ever Namco Pro All Stars live from a seat as good as that, is a very special memory, and one that I don't think I'll be forgetting anytime soon.
This one didn't really get me emotional like Sora at the venue because I had only listened to it like once or twice, but rewatching it at home, it hit. It hit hard. Judy's voice is so heavenly, man, and this song makes such an incredible pair with Sora, the wings taking to the sky. So much so that the ending even makes a callback to Sora with its melody. It's basically Sora 2. But an image that will always be burned in my head is the image of the screen in front of me of Judy singing it and some lights circling around her, forming this ethereal aura, which was completely fitting for this song.
When I first got into Idolmaster, I had multiple characters I enjoyed. The big two that ended up landing for me were Haruka and Chihaya, and eventually I grew a soft spot for Yukiho as well. But one character I've always enjoyed for her role in the Namco Pro agency is Kotori Otonashi. There were many years I didn't consume much IMAS content, even if I considered myself a producer, but when I started really diving more into it, I ended up learning that Kotori had music. The original one I had heard was Sora, and I listened to it over and over and had learned the lyrics. Flash forward a few years and the Kotori manga is being released, and eventually we get Tsubasa. I didn't hear it at first, since I don't really read manga too much, but I saw a Bilibili video about the song, and that's what inspired me to actually read the manga all the way through. The video in question overlaid the lyrics of Tsubasa over a key moment in the Kotori manga story, and still brings me to tears to this day. I continued to listen to Tsubasa since that day 3.5 years ago, and have enjoyed it ever since. One thing that makes this song special is that it's a prequel to Sora. It exists within a larger story of Namiko Pro and Kotori herself, but also the lyrics in the song were written before Sora was. Because of the themes of the Kotori manga and the moment in which they're sung, it feels very much like a coming-of-age song. She spends a lot of her time learning about her mother and her legacy, as well as her own wants for herself. The song serves as a way for her to not only connect with her mother, but connect with all of the people who supported her mother when she was an idol. There are also many lyrical parallels with her own personal struggle in the story about whether or not she should have become an idol. It talks about seizing the moment and being true to yourself and taking each day one day at a time. As mentioned before, Tsubasa was written before Sora. The reasoning behind this, according to the lyricist, is that they wanted to have a song to base Sora off of when they wrote it that reflected the backstory involving the characters that we would eventually see in the Kotori manga. There's a parallel between being an idol and having wings with how they wrote these songs. Tsubasa was the song of Kotori's mother from when she was an idol herself, and Kotori sang it in an attempt to revisit her mother's legacy. In that moment she was an idol, so she had wings. Tsubasa. But the song Sora is not about flying or about birds, but instead about being the sky in which idols can fly, which is about her later role as a staff. Lastly, when I heard the song at NEI, I just couldn't stop crying. I did everything I could in my power to support Judy up on that stage, but I really underestimated how much this song meant to me.
On day one, they performed this song with half of the girls, and now they performed it with the other half. And of course, it was just as hype as day one. You really can't go wrong with the energy of this song. And you also can't go wrong with Miririn doing the aishiteruyo with her incredibly warm and cozy voice that makes you feel like you're being embraced by Haruka herself. And with that, both of my Tanto seiyus delivered that line. They did it for me! But as much as I loved Miririn's delivery of that line, you really can't compete with Asapo's delivery from day one. Her completely deranged scream will always live 24/7 rent-free in my head. For the quick MC break between the medley blocks, they also had the town BGM playing again. So we did the iconic te again. And they also did those questions for the crowd just like they did on day one. And this time, me and Jacob were locked the fucking when Kami asked about the Kaigai piece. We instantly cracked the Uos and screamed hard. It's crazy how every Miki song is extremely hype and will always make people go crazy. I think this is one of the songs the calls are the loudest in the archive. Aki's voice is so powerful, man. I think she doesn't get enough appreciation online as a singer. And I'm fairly confident I also cracked a UO for the last chorus with everyone else. I keep saying it, but I can't stress enough how much of a beautiful sight it is to see the entire arena dyed in bright orange with tints of the color that represents whichever idol is singing. In this case, green. When this one started, I was like, because as with most of the other Master Sparkle 2 songs, I barely remember listening to this one. Kind of a whatever Yukiho solo, but seeing Azumi getting emotionally overwhelmed and trying her hardest to sing while crying, it's simply impossible to not get moved together. I cried in the venue, I cried watching it at home, and I will keep crying whenever I rewatch it. It truly gave a whole new meaning to this song. In the MC, she mentions having chosen this song because it sums up her feelings about Namiko Pro and her companions throughout the years. And yeah, when you read the lyrics, that becomes really apparent. It is a song that fits Yukiho and Azumi incredibly well, as this seiyu that joined the cast later than everyone else as a replacement, but was embraced into this family with all the warmth in the world. I am fairly confident I was the guy who freaked out the most in the venue when the song started. I went crazy. I even shook Jacob like, holy shit, goodbyes! Because I played a lot of One for All this year, and this was the song I used the most. It became one of my favorite All-Stars group songs, and it had never been performed live. I even tweeted about it some months before Nay, saying how I would love to see it being performed at that concert. And it was! I saw Goodbyes being performed live for the first time ever! I was there! This is such an underrated song that almost no one was doing its calls, but I was, every single one of them. And as the cherry on top, Asapon was singing this. Though I must say I was so ecstatic with the song itself that at the time I didn't even realize who was on stage singing it. I was just completely euphoric to be experiencing the song live. It's an amazing All-Stars anthem. I know many people really love this song, but it didn't hype me much, maybe because I was still ecstatic about having experienced Goodbyes live. And I think it's a similar case to The World Is All One, and that the short version of it doesn't do it justice, it just ends way too fast. A single chorus and it's over. But it's always lovely seeing Judy singing these iconic All-Stars anthems together with everyone else. Kotone really deserves it. Yori's best solo and the one I wanted to see the most is live. I even started doing the hi at the start of the song, but I noticed not many people were joining me on that, so I stopped. But man, Kugyu and her tenderness will never not make me a boy, especially in a beautiful song such as this one. The pause before the last chorus, when the lights go all dark except for the ones centered on her, is often cited as one of the most memorable moments to a lot of people who attended the live. I've seen many of my mutuals citing that as a highlight, how the pause felt much longer than it actually was, as if time had stood still. I don't remember feeling anything with that moment at the live, but rewatching it in the archive, yeah, it is incredibly powerful.
Hey everyone, Basu here. Some people might know me as that Yori P on Twitter. I used to post a lot about Seiyu stuff back when I was active in HPT, in Hokaku P time. Before Never End Idol, the last live I went to was 5th, which was kind of mid, honestly. But after 5th, I got busy with real life. I got married, I had kids, COVID happened, so I wasn't able to go to live. So when they announced 20th or Never End Idol, I was like, this could be a good life to retire on. So I did my best to go. One of the highlights was meeting a bunch of friends I have not seen in years, and then also meeting some new people. I actually brought up P cards, but I didn't really interact with too many people because I just wanted to hang out with my old friends because I haven't seen them in ages. The thing that made day one was a highlight was seeing all of Namuko Pro. Again, that was good because last time I saw everyone was 7th. And 7th was a long time ago. I feel like in day one, the main highlight for me would have been Sora, Tonari ni Jemmy. Oh my god, Jemmy was so good. There was Flower Girl. I wasn't really into the Yori solo then. It was like the Pink Rose approach. Not really into that. Colorful Days was good, and of course Watashi Nachi Zuto Isho Desho, and the ending with Must Be was also good. But day 2, oh man, day 2 was where it was at. So I somehow got arena tickets. I was in the middle of the arena block, but we basically got to see the whole Hanamichi, that whole line with everyone. Day 2 basically just killed me, starting with Gomae, and basically all the great songs. It was like we had Lost, we had Yes, we had Little Match Girl, we had Kinfire, we had Ipai Ipai, we had Otome, and there was Diamond, of course. Oh my god, that arrangement of Diamond with the break in the middle of the song, that was just perfection. Seeing Kugyu from a really close part of the arena, that felt amazing. experienced a lot more fun than I was expecting. Like I thought I would have been able to retire in peace after that life, but looks like that's not happening. I probably won't be able to go to lives anytime, like every time, but if there's like a big one, if there's one that I really want to go to, I'll make an effort to go to, because yeah, the experience is great. The whole like going to Japan, meeting my friends, seeing the cast, the girls, the ladies that really helped me throughout my journey, my work, and everything really made a difference, I think. Yeah, Never End Idol was good, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of Nagakute back again.
When you are in the venue, there are many factors that make it so that it's not very easy to focus on truly absorbing the depth of any given performance. It's hard to pay close attention to the choreography or appreciate the nuances of the singing. And if there's one performance that has a ton of depth, it's this one. I don't remember exactly how I felt with this song at the venue, but rewatching it at home, it might just be one of the best performances of the live. I don't think it is possible to not feel thoroughly impressed with Hiromi's display of sheer talent in this song. Both her singing and her moves are overflowing with emotion and insane expressiveness. So striking, so dramatic, so intense that it gets me crying. It's just that powerful. It even made me appreciate the song a lot more, because it wasn't one of my favorite Makoto solos before. An exceptional performance. And the moment it was over, Nu showed up on stage and uttered the following words. When she said that line, my friend, me and Jacob went balls to the wall insane. The moment the melody started, I cracked 2 UOs and started screaming, "Hi! Hi! Hi!" with all my strength. Next Life is one of my top 3 favorite Idolmaster songs ever, so of course it was one of the songs I wanted to experience live the most.
They are performing Next Life! They are performing Next Life!
But there is unfortunately a caveat to this performance. So, as with all the other solos, it was a short version of the song. But we're talking here about a song that's 6 minutes long, so they had to abridge it to only the final 2 minutes of the song. On one hand, it can be argued, it doesn't do justice to this song. It's way too short and cuts out all the parts that make it such a trancing experience. But on the other hand, I experienced the hype of Next Life live at the venue. Even if it was only 2 minutes, they were some of the hypest 2 minutes of the whole live for me, especially the start. I obviously would have preferred to have experienced the full song, but the fact I was lucky enough to have experienced even just a bit of one of my all-time favorite Idolmaster songs live at all is already enough. And I can't go without mentioning how Nu was flawless here, with the second half of the song being just her flexing her dance skills, apparently doing a mishmash of other Hibiki choreographies, according to what I read from some other piece, but I didn't notice that myself. But yeah, that was an electric fountain of hype.
For Never End Idol, I initially thought I'd skip the live, but by some miracle, I actually won front row seats for day 1. However, after calculating the cost of the trip, I had a lot of doubt if it was worth the money to go. Everything changed when I met Eriko at Anime Central back in May. I mentioned that I won front row seats for NEI, and she asked if I was rich. Not anymore was what I told her, and she said she looked forward to seeing me there. Knowing I couldn't disappoint her, I had to go to Never End Idol now. Then fast forward to day 1, I did Buppon in the morning, and then I met a lot of longtime friends for the very first time. Everything felt unreal still, and it was finally time to go into K Arena. When I arrived to my seat, the view was unbelievable. All Stars finally appeared on stage for their first song, the Idolmaster. and it settled in that it wasn't a dream anymore. All of my anxieties and doubts melted away, and over a decade of memories flooded back, like how I practiced calls for this very song with my friend group long ago. That weekend felt like it was somehow destiny. My love for Hibiki and New was rekindled, especially when I saw my name next to Hibiki on a producer board and seeing Next Life performed in person. After saying someday for over 10 years, it finally became today.
This is my favorite Taka solo, so it was the one I wanted to see the most live. And it's crazy how many of the solos I wanted to see the most I actually got in this live, because this is the final tally of all my desired picks that got performed. 12 songs! Almost one for each girl, with only Yukiho and Makoto getting no picks, and Hibiki actually getting 2 of them. But yeah, Kazahana. This song always gives me goosebumps. First because of its use in the ending of episode 19, when Chihaya finds the Kuroi magazine, and second because of all its live performances, where Harami always delivers a performance where she lays her heart bare for the audience, and this time it was no different. The possibility of me not getting emotional with her singing does not exist. Her voice is so immensely charged with emotion, an overwhelming expressiveness that makes you feel the impact deep in your soul. One of the most poignant images of the live is when she finishes the song by putting her finger in front of her mouth and smiles, just like Takane, and the archive shows a close-up shot of that, where she's trembling a lot, which goes to show just how incredibly draining and demanding it must be to give a performance like that in front of over 20,000 people, in which she dedicates her entire body and soul to convey flawlessly all the emotions that an idiosyncratic song like this asks for. All that I can offer is my utmost respect. This is a tough one. Aoi Tori needs zero introduction. It's up there as one of the quintessential Idol Master songs. It always gives me chills. However, its most iconic and effective form is the master version, and never an idol had Mingosu performing the game version. I'm sorry, but this version doesn't have even 1/5 of the impact the master version has, or even the anime arrangement. Some years ago they did a shorter cut of the master version for Mirishita, so I definitely would have much preferred getting that performed instead. That way, I'm sure I would have been crying rivers in the venue. But as it stands, this performance unfortunately didn't do much for me. Mingos is Mingos though. What a voice. That ending of her holding the final note for as long as she could, even cracking a bit but still keeping it up, to me is the best representation of her resilience. It's the most Chihaya attitude possible. As with other Starlit Season songs, this was my first time listening to this one, and I liked it a lot. It's very emotive and triumphant, a victory lap kind of song. I remember even commenting with someone right after the live how this song could have become a big emotional all-stars anthem to the likes of Masterpiece had Bandai Namco not screwed up Starlit Season to oblivion. There were some people who freaked out when it started, yeah, but there's a bunch of spots for calls in this song that no one knew them. So yeah, unfortunately it's a big missed potential. It didn't get the gratitude it deserved.
So I have been going to Idolmaster concerts since 2014, basically. Even though I got into Idolmaster through the original TV anime, it was sort of a afterthought in terms of, you know, my favorite songs and what have you, because since 2011-12 I've been listening to all the classic hits and it all kind of blurred in my mind, and I wouldn't really pick one over another. It's such a painful exercise. Until I went to Never End Idol, I never got that yakisoku experience. So I was very happy about that, and you know, I had so much FOMO back in the day because I couldn't go to 9th tour and what have you. But over the years, you know, it was more about the journey and the folks we met on the way. I was able to help a lot of people get tickets, which is great. And Never End Idol, just like all the other IMAS concerts I've been, it's more about what you bring to the show that you get out of. So I hope, you know, all of us who got their yakisoku the first time got something worthwhile. Personally, I was just happy that everything worked out. The set list was great. There were deep cuts. There were very popular songs. The crying was to a minimum, relatively speaking. So really great experience, especially since 2025. I got to see Mingos and Eriko at Anime Central, and the chemistry between the two of them really is the heart of the Namco Pro All-Stars experience, in my opinion, and it's great to see that live. Yeah, I had a great time. I hope everybody else had a great time. If it's your first IMAS concert, congratulations, you did it correctly. If it's your last one, congratulations, you did it correctly, and hope to see you again.
This one is so extremely special to me. When it started, I was like, oh my god! I know a bunch of people associate it with the bad endings of Idol Master 2, so it's kind of a bittersweet song for many people. But to me, this will always be a good ending song, because it'll always take me back to the ending of episode 13 of the anime. The girls succeeding after all the adversities they faced. The image of the seiyuu sitting on the stairs of the stage with their colorful dresses during this song is another one that'll forever be burned in my memory. I'm very, very glad I experienced this one live. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I also love this song. Asapon walked on my side of the arena, so I tried waving my pen lights and fan to see if she'd look in my direction, but unfortunately I was too far to the left behind too many people. But simply having that experience of waving to them all while they walked across that stage was enough, seeing them that close to me. If there's any song that can be described as a victory lap kind of song, it's this one, and it couldn't have been more fitting for this live, as this triumphant celebration of a 2-decade-long legacy can't be described as anything other than a victory. While many fans went into this live with a feeling of uncertainty regarding what's ahead for Namco Pro All-Stars, the song is meant to reassure us to look forward to the future, to enjoy the present, and take with us those cherished memories we created and will keep on creating. For the Encore, we were wondering what kind of announcements they would make, since they usually keep the big announcements for the second day, but instead they threw a curveball at us, with a recording of the idols themselves leaving a video message for us producers. But watching that recording evoked that fun tingling sensation, with everyone cheering whenever a new girl entered the frame, with me obviously shouting out loud when Ami and Mami showed up. I vividly remember sitting there looking at the screen with a certain anxiousness, wondering what that was leading up to. This is the Princess Tiara. In the original game, it's the first accessory received by the idol you produce, given by her very first fan, which is none other than you, her producer. It's the item that connects together your destinies. At the end of the recording, Haruka grabs the tiara and mentions it being an important present, which prompted a strong reaction from quite a few people in the arena, since many longtime fans are definitely aware of the significance of that item. Then, when Destiny starts playing, the seiyus show up wearing those very same tiaras, making this already emotional anthem into a recipe for a river of tears, because it's the accessory that symbolizes the first encounter between idol and producer, the accessory that unfolded all the memories that would be made over all these years.
最初に出会った日覚えてるかなあれからいくつ経ったんだろうね振り返ればほら思い出たち私の宝物だよ
Wrapping up the concert with this song shows just how much thought went into crafting an immersive experience that honors with flying colors the bonds that were crafted throughout these 20 years of history, with nothing but utmost respect for the legacy of this branch, its seiyus, and its fans.
After the main part of Day 2's life ended, the lights going dark and people chanting for Encore, I could only imagine what kind of song they will perform for the Encore, what kind of announcement will they make, and after quite some time, the VTR played, each idols in turn giving out messages to the producer, up until Haruka when she showed producers the tiara on her hands, which makes people go crazy, and then the VTR stopped, and Destiny is played for the first part of the Encore. If I was to describe the state I am around the time, is like a mixture of emotional train work from all the things that happened around 2 days of lives and a great source of joy and happiness. I will highlight the joy and happiness this time because I really like Destiny. It easily makes a top 5 or top 3 even of AS songs that I liked. I heard it for the first time in Orchestra around 2022 and then for the second time in Master of Idol 2023. But around the time I was still like pretty shallow in my knowledge of Idol Master and I don't really know exactly the meaning of Destiny. And after some research, I started to understand like what's the song Destiny tried to convey to us, at least the producers, and after that I do really wish they perform it again at some point. So when they perform it at Never End Idol, it was an extreme joy for me. Like I am really glad I could listen it again after all this time, now that I've mostly understand what the song is about.
While it may not be my main branch anymore, I did start with All Stars, and I did play One for All, and I've always cried to Destiny. It happened at Masters, it happened here, and hopefully, I'll be there when it happens again.
And speaking of unbreakable bonds and rivers of tears, this is exactly what this final MC block was like. Half an hour of the seiyus opening their hearts to us producers, with all of them crying, some more than others. Impossible for us to not cry together, and also making it abundantly clear how dear this franchise is. Likely the most treasured role to each of these actresses. Kugyu in particular is a very special case because she's by far the most accomplished seiyuu out of them all. She has a billion famous roles, is super popular, and Yori wasn't even one of her first roles like it is the case with everyone else in the cast. So Yori could have been just another role for her, just another paycheck. But instead she was, by far, the one who cried the most during this MC. She could barely even speak because she was sobbing uncontrollably. So that to me is the biggest showcase of how being a part of Namco Pro All-Stars is something much bigger than just a role. It's being part of a family, it's unity, it's danketsu. This camaraderie is super evident in how these women keep comforting each other during this MC block, because all of them were crying whenever one of them was speaking. So you got sights like Eriri holding Mingosu's hand, Chia King giving pats in Haramin's back, Hiromin wiping Asapon's tears with a tissue. And if you follow them on social media, you know they are often together during their everyday lives. The bond they form through Idolmaster is something very few media franchises out there can replicate between their cast. It really shows just how special Idolmaster is. And speaking of special, Eriko Nakamura. She was one of the most visibly affected during this whole MC, hearing her companions one by one open their hearts and express their gratitude. So as the leader of Namco Pro, I can't even imagine what was going through her head in these final minutes of this culmination of 20 plus years of journey alongside all these women. When she got this role back in 2003, I highly doubt she ever imagined she'd still be voicing this character 2 decades later, and how beloved that character would become. Haruka is the face of the Idolmaster. She is the face of 2D idols for some people. She is one of the faces of Japanese 2000s internet culture. Haruka Amami is an icon. During Eririn's speech, she mentions how she isn't actually Haruka, but how she really loves Haruka and will keep on running together with her, and how she hopes we will keep on watching their backs. Eriko Nakamura, you and Haruka are one in the same. You share all the same qualities as her. The kindness, the determination, the warmth, the unwavering love for your comrades and fans. You are Haruka, and that's why we love you. Just like you can always see everyone in the back, we will be watching your back as you lead us down this magical road. All I said about Masterpiece for day one also applies here. I can't think of new ways to express how important this song is. And after all the incessant praising I did in this gigantic report, I've run out of gas now. With all I said so far, you can picture how I was feeling by the time the song started. But if there's a memory I won't ever forget of this performance, was when the tapes, the streamers, are shot from high up during the climax of the song. And since I was in an arena seat this time, this meant they were coming in my direction. So the image of me looking up and extending my hand to reach for one of those streamers will forever be burned in my head. The golden sea of tapes falling from above, the seemingly infinite ceiling of the K Arena, to the sound of the final chorus of Masterpiece. A memory forever eternalized from one of the best days of my life. And to wrap it all up, we were taken by surprise with an end credits roll to the sound of Masugu, a sweet callback to the credits of the Xbox 360 port of the original game, with the whole crowd clapping along with the song. But it wasn't just a standard credits roll, it also unveiled some new gorgeous art of each girl made especially for this live, with a special shout out to the Kotone art, which made everyone lose their minds. Everyone goes, "Oh!" the moment it shows up. And then it finishes with a special thank you to us, surrounded by the signatures of each girl. I've got no words left to express my gratitude. I've already wasted all the adjectives in my dictionary to describe my experience. My voice is fucking gone after recording 3 hours worth of voiceover? Yeah, what a celebration. All I can say is, I'm a psycho!
For the day one, Ohio Sunshine was definitely not on my list, but that was quite a surprise and had a good laugh. Yeah, iDOL Voyager? Yeah, we have to talk about Halftone. Man, fucking Halftone. That was so stunning. Even with the real life performances, that was so great. The writer leading and Yakusoku, that shit was... It actually gave me chills and almost cried because, you know, this song is so important to, especially Chihaya. Yeah, that was something rather keep it in my memory, but yeah, that was so good. Day 2, Lost. Why the fuck did they do that? I mean, the song per se is quite emotional, but you kind of also open the door for the dream for writer segment, which I absolutely didn't want to listen to, so I had a mixed feeling, but I reckon that was necessarily in hindsight. And Chikutaku, also the other emotional one. Time have to keep moving, so do we. After all 20 fucking years, and it reminded pretty well. And realize, honestly, I also wanted to listen to Frame, but it's also like quite understandable why did it choose this one instead. Like more, you know, live-esque. You know what I mean? Oh Jesus fuck. Diamond. Fucking Diamond there. Time stood still. How do I even describe this? She fucking stopped the time. That shit was so phenomenal. It never gets old. The last time I listened to the song was Hangetsu, and even that got me so emotional. But listening to the real life by the AS girls, fucking hell, that was so good. The fucking Princess Tiara and Destiny, it just had to be there, honestly. But to sum up, my struggle for like 16 years has been paid off. Yeah, that's all I can say right now. And masterpiece, obviously. That was just the Idolmaster movie in real life, and I just couldn't do anything but doing the usual live coaches and stuff. Yeah. Oh god, why am I crying? Yeah, this is the thing. You get so emotional and almost like goes unconscious and lose a good chunk of a memory from there. Thank you for the girls and everyone involved around it. Made a good time. Real live shenanigans. This is honestly one of the best parts of the live experience in general. We went to Bar 7 at the K Arena for the DJ event. That was pure chaos, and yeah, they didn't give a fuck about playing Hidekazu's song like Jibun Restart or anything, and some people just bringing a photo of the cockpit. I was also like fucking uchiwas and stuff. That was lovely experience, but it took my half of the energy for the rest of the day, so that was quite fun though. Around the venue, seeing a lot of people, some people I haven't seen for years, and finally be able to meet for the first time. That was pretty, yeah, also kind of got me emotional. Trading cars, obviously, that's the pure Idolmaster live experience. Yeah, that's always fun to see others' design and stuff. That's honestly one of the best ways to get to know each other, so I hope more community would do that. And speaking of the community, I do want to give a shout out to the overseas Idolmaster community in general, because, you know, I cannot appreciate enough for your effort to, one, coming over here, to understanding or try to, you know, the language barrier. I'm saying this because I reckon this is the greatest number I've ever seen, you know, people from overseas in a Idolmaster live, and that was for the single branch So yeah, you guys are real ones. I hope you guys keep doing that way. You know, as a mere Japanese, yeah, I just want to say thank you for the effort, and I hope to see you soon.
This is the second live I attend, and I think I can say for certain now that my Idol Master live concert experience is like witnessing a rainbow-colored blur in front of me, because only a single day after, I'm already struggling to remember exactly which songs were performed and what was I doing in each of them, save for a few big exceptions. There are so many thoughts dancing in my head during the live, like wondering what the next song will be, if they'll play this song I love, thinking about the upcoming calls in the song, thinking about the best time to crack a UO, trying to pay attention to the choreography, switching your view from the big screens to the stage itself. There are songs I think I'll react in a way but end up reacting in another way because there's just so much going on inside my head. Would I ever imagine I would cry more with Tonari ni than with Yakusoku? Not in a million years, but it is what happened. It's just how my body decided it was right to react at that moment, which makes the experience much more memorable and natural. Nothing during a live goes according to the script you have in your head. Whew. After such a monumental experience, what else could happen? A Japanese guy randomly giving me another mummy fan before leaving the venue? Imagine that. Oh, there's no way! Yeah, so when me and Jacob were heading to the exit, a Japanese producer stopped me and said, "You like Ami Mami, right? Have this." And then he gave me the silver envelope in which those fans were distributed. It could have been an Ami fan for a change of pace, but nope, it was the 6th Mami fan. Yep, it was like I was gathering them like Sonic with the 7 Chaos Emeralds, but in my case it was the 6 Mummy fans. From being bummed about losing the single one I had a day prior to now having 6 of them in my hands. What a crazy development! But I guess that's where the saga ends.
The absolute cinema of never-end idol. Psycho!
Outside the venue, after taking my obligatory post-live pictures in front of the venue, the place is still packed full of people. A fellow Ami-Mami producer approached me, wanting to take a picture with me. As it turns out, we were mutuals on Twitter. It was someone who'd frequently like my tweets, also a fellow big Arisapi. But the craziest part of this encounter was when he showed me his phone, with his hand kinda trembling, might I add, with a translated message from Japanese to English on Google Translate saying, "Thank you for visiting our Lashingmang in Osaka." At that moment I was like, holy shit, what? Did he work at a Lashingmang I visited in Osaka and saw me there or something? What a insane coincidence, man. We took some pictures in front of the now iconic mural for the live to forever immortalize our presence in that concert that was 100% absolute cinema. We stayed there for some minutes until the lights on the mural went out. We then decided to go to a McDonald's near Yokohama Station, which was also where I went last year with Toei after the end of Million Life 10th Act 4 Day 2. But on our way to that McDonald's, we bumped into Einhard and Amakabe P, a Mizuki and Haruka P, and we chatted a bit about life because we were obviously still reeling from the incredibly blissful experience we had just lived. But here's the part about this chance encounter that I won't ever forget. Amakabe took the opportunity to thank me in person for making the video essay about Haruka's arc in Animas, talking about how important that video was to him as a Haruka P. It was a moment that genuinely filled me with a lot of pride and joy, and that interaction is another one of my core memories from this trip.
Was that he could make his own?
Yes.
Hell yeah! I got. Wait.
They gathered the ones that were on the floor and then passed them over to the fans in the stands. Oh, nice.
Come on. Yeah.
That's how I got this one.
And just like that, it was over. I had attended Never End Idol. I saw Namco Pro All-Stars live. I saw Eriko Nakamura pose with her arms open in the middle of the stage while people loudly shouted Haruka's name. I saw Asami Imai read the message of a friend of mine in front of more than 20,000 people. I saw Akiko Hasegawa kick the air and deliver some of the rawest performances of her career. I saw Azumi Asakura lay her heart bare and not holding back the tears while she sang a song very dear to her. I saw Mayako Nigo dye the whole arena in orange twice with the hypest song in the history of Idolmaster. I saw Hiromi Hirata in all her coolness and dancing prowess. I saw Rie Kugimiya crying a waterfall worth of tears during the Day 2 final MC. I saw Yumihara enrapture the crowd with her powerful vocals and hypnotizing stare. I saw Naomi Wakabayashi run more laps in that arena than anyone else despite being almost 50 years old. I saw Chiaki Takahashi perform the song that obliterated me the most emotionally. I saw Asami Shimoda lying down on the ground until deafening cheers got her back on her feet. I saw Asami Shimoda deliver the Aishiteruze line with the most deranged scream that'll forever echo inside my head. I saw Manami Numakura give me a glimpse of what it feels like experiencing live one of my top 3 favorite Idolmaster songs. And I saw Juri Takita have everyone join her in singing one of the most heavenly Idolmaster songs. For these talented women and the idols they voice, I have nothing to offer but complete and utter admiration. The day after Never End Idol. The day I woke up with almost no voice because of all the screaming during those past 2 days, with the biggest culprit being Ipai Ipai.
Ainda não gravei um vídeo desse Airbnb. Tô sem voz hoje por causa da live, tá tudo fodido a minha voz. Que? Aftermath.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah, I didn't record a video of this place yet. Look at the... Olha que bagunça, rapaziada. E aqui as fitinhas que caem quando chega na última música do show. Camiseta, aqui os ingressos. Esse foi do dia 1. Terceiro andar e aqui na arena, caralho, lá embaixo, perto do palco. É bem pequenininho esse aqui, puta bagunça, mas tá difícil de falar, cara. Que dia. Vou gravar o banheirinho. Isso aí.
If you've been to a live before, you know how post-live depression is a very real thing. And after a monumental live like Ney, Lord only knows how hard it would hit. Yes, you should be happy that it happened and not sad that it ended, but were it so simple. However, it was no time to sulk just yet, because first we had to celebrate the Never End Idol Day 3 Offkai. That's how we ended up referring to our activities this day, and I couldn't have asked for a better way to spend the first post-live day. As for this schedule, scratch all that. Well, except for the free roaming part, because I guess that's a good description for what we ended up doing. We'd be departing from Japan the next day, so we decided to take it easy and just go to Akihabara to meet up with some friends. First order of the day was to meet Audismith, a Sayokopi, and dguo, a Megurupi, but that name is kinda hard for me to say, so I'll just refer to him as Denny. We were going to have lunch at a gyukatsu restaurant, because Denny would be leaving Japan that day. But before we met any of them, we experienced a chain of events that felt straight out of a Scooby-Doo episode. We arrived at Akihabara station, where we waited for those two fellas in front of the Atre. But before any of them arrived, we actually met 3 other friends by complete chance in one of the busiest stations in Tokyo. What are the odds? First was Taka, the American Mikipi, who was carrying some huge ass boxes that he was looking for a place to drop them. But first he had to meet with Mistia, a veteran Chihayapi. So he disappeared in a sea of people to meet him. Except for the fact Mistia showed up like a minute after that, spotted us, and then we had an unexpected development in the Mummy Fan saga. He handed me the 7th one! On day 2 of the live, I had actually DM'd him asking if he had a Mummy Fan since I had lost my, at that point, only one, and he said he did, that he'd give it to me once we met, except we ended up not being able to meet up that day, so I figured that was it. There wouldn't be any other chance for us to meet, but I already had 6 Mummy Fans, so it wasn't an issue. But fate was on my side and really wanted me to have 7 Mummy Fans, as if they were the 7 Chaos Emeralds. So Destiny arranged this chance meeting with Mistia, and thus the Mummy Fan saga was finally concluded. This time for real. As for the final unprompted meeting, Renoji showed up, quickly greeted us, said he had some stuff to do, and was never heard from again. Only after all that ensued in the span of 5 minutes or so is when the first person we were actually supposed to meet showed up, Audismith. Denny would still take a bit to arrive, so he told us to go to the restaurant to stay in the line and reserve a table in the meantime, and also that he had invited 2 friends to join our party. That's when we met Ando and Steve, 2 Australian Ps. And so we all ate some good meat. After that, Denny departed to the airport and our party of 5 roamed around Akihabara, browsing the usual suspects like Surugaya, K-Books, Mandarake, Lashinbang, etc. At the K-Books store, we stumbled across another friend of ours, Lewdacriz, the Yuika P Supreme, and Audismith had to leave, so that became our final party of 5 for the day. Me, Kinako, Lewdacriz, Ando, and Steve.
Você tem as máquina de, sei lá, de gravure. Você tem maquininha de Pokémon. Maquininha de... essas porra aqui. Tem máquina de tudo, maluco.
To wrap up the day, we hit a yakitori place, where we had some delicious chicken skewers and chatted there for about an hour, quite noisily. But man, it was such a nice vibe chatting in that restaurant about all sorts of stuff. Another of the highlights of the trip for me, even if it was simply that, just chilling and chatting and drinking and enjoying a good meal with some buddies. That's all you need for the greatest of times. Being in Japan helps too, I guess.
You maybe want to put your wide lens on?
What are you focusing on me, man?
Recording. There was one topic in particular in our conversation that stood out to me, when I think Ando brought up how he thought Luda would be more intimidating to chat with in real life because of how much of a hardcore, serious yapper he was on Twitter, but how all of his Yuika talk made him a textbook example of a truly dedicated producer. And then Ando also said how that's what he appreciated in Luda and me, how we were, in his own words, S-tier producers, with how much we contribute to the iDOLM STER community. It was a comment that really made me happy. Before we wrapped up the night, we decided to take one final picture in front of the building with the 20th anniversary illustrations. At last, our anniversary celebrations had finally concluded. Oh yeah, and I had Dr. Pepper for the first time in my life on this day. We then headed to our Airbnb for our final night of the trip.
Último dia aqui, Yokohama. Tem as bikes vindo, quase que eu tropeço de novo no bagulho. É, rapaziada. Sem voz ainda por causa da live. Carinha trabalhando. Triste ter que voltar pro Bostil, cara. Mas foi assim. Viagem da minha vida, cara. I'm a psycho.
Wow, what an unbelievable set of days these were. I knew it had been a crazy trip, but it wasn't until stopping to write this ginormous report that I realized just how insane it had been. Every single day, full of things that happened, never a single dull moment. A non-stop roller coaster of pure joy. It gets me emotional writing about the end of this day, just remembering that I was going to sleep, then wake up and have to leave the next day. This seemingly never-ending dream was about to end. The sun rose for another beautiful sunny morning in Yokohama, Japan, except its beauty was hampered by the fact it was the day we'd be departing to our beloved countries. Kinako's flight was much earlier than mine, so we bid farewell early in the morning. I imagine you watched this, so thank you very much for your company throughout the entire trip. I know I was a bit of a hassle, being really bad with directions and having to rely on you to guide us to basically every place we visited, as well as constantly asking to stop to rest during our long walks because of my pitiful stamina. But I hope you didn't leave thinking, damn, I'm glad I'm finally rid of that guy. Here's an update from the future. I guess Kinako doesn't hate me, because we did another trip together for Million Live 13. You can expect a video on that trip as well in the near future. So in a few months, or maybe a year. My flight was only at 5 PM, so I had some time to spare. And I had in mind the exact location I wanted to visit before heading to the airport. But first I had to pack all my stuff, and man, that sure wasn't easy with all the shit I had bought.
Último dia, fazendo as malas, tem que ir embora às 10 horas, são quase 9h30 já. Me parte o coração, mas eu vou ter que tirar elas da caixa e deixar a caixa aqui, cara. Ai, não cabe muita coisa, cara, tá maluco? Já vou levar essa caixa aqui. Ai, meu Deus do céu. Ai, que tristeza, mas que felicidade de ter vivido isso. Ai, é difícil não começar a se emocionar já. Mas vou deixar pra me emocionar depois. Primeiro eu preciso arrumar isso tudo aqui, cara.
Even harder was the decision of leaving behind the boxes of the figures I bought. Unfortunately, there was no way they'd fit inside my bags. They took way too much space. so I had to open them up and leave them behind. That's why I took these pictures in their memory. Rest in peace, boxes. Hopefully you guys got recycled or something. After that, with everything packed, I headed to my destination. And what would that be, you ask? A place called Kyoto, Yokohama. I didn't care I had to drag 2 heavy bags with me. I simply had to say one last goodbye to this magical place. I'll let myself from the past do the talking here, because I certainly can't replicate now what I felt at that moment.
And the place that was full, packed, with so many producers. I'm going back home, but I figured I should come here. It's a dream. The dream that I realized. Oh, I can't believe this. This place was full of producers who all love this franchise so much. Place where everyone's dreams came true, not just mine. Oh my god. Thank you.
It was genuinely an overwhelming feeling seeing that place empty, but it was an even more oppressive feeling when I went to lunch in that restaurant next to the arena. The same one I went to both days of the live, where they held the collab with the drinks. During those days it was packed full of people. They were playing iDOLM songs in the speakers. We had a lot of fun together buying the drinks to see which fans we'd get. But now it had almost no one there. They were playing generic ambient piano music on the speakers, and I had my lunch all by my lonesome. Quite the striking contrast to the lively atmosphere I had experienced only 2 days earlier. The truth is, my soul will forever be at this place. It is now a separate entity from my body. It will bask in the glorious atmosphere of those 2 days for the rest of eternity. But now it was finally time to leave for real. Since my flight was in Narita, I decided to take the Skyliner to get there faster, which to me felt like a smaller Shinkansen. Getting to the airport, the luggage dispatch line was very long. It took me like half an hour to be able to drop my bag. Then I had some McDonald's, bought some stuff at a combini to eat on the flight, and I waited. Soon enough, it was 5 p.m. After all I said in this mammoth of a video, I really don't think I've got nothing else to add about this life-changing experience. I said all I had to say. I think I managed to convey well just how much the iDOLM STER and Namco Pro All-Stars mean to me. And so, after 12 days, the trip of a lifetime concluded. Oh yeah, and right after I arrived in Brazil, I tested positive for COVID. I guess you can say the live was sick.